Good morning. How are you guys? Everything good? Oh, hi, Blizzard. All right. Jealous? No. Nope. I'll be right back. Nope. Okay, I'm back. I'm just kidding. Just kidding, only a little. Anyway. So, let's see.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oil, no airport. Oil? Who said anything about oil, man? You cooking? Cities. Yeah, shovel? No, thank you. I don't want to shovel the snow. I don't want to shovel the snow. I love snow. It's so pretty. All the people that say that, all the people that spout that nonsense don't have to move it. Why is this acting up today? Stay. Alright, cool. You want the snow, you gotta shovel it. Oh, you idiots! Life what? You've lost. You don't matter. In fact, another couple minutes, you're not even gonna be matter. Alright. Of course, you play cities when I have a 12:30 and a 4:30 run. Well, it's okay, Sneaky. It's okay. I'm not gonna be playing the whole time because there's a rocket launch in a couple hours. So you're just gonna miss that instead. So you won't really miss anything. You won't really miss anything, don't worry. Is this just gonna insist on being like this today, or that's good. There we go. She fixed. Tom Brady retired to make way for the next Tom Brady, Joe Burrow. So what do you think of the Airports DLC? It's great. Alright, so we're going to play cities today. We're going to play cities until probably, I don't know, for like maybe an hour and a half, something like that. And then we got another Starlink launch. Another Falcon 9 from 39A this time, which is pretty cool. I don't know if we're going to get the views that we got yesterday, but either way. And then we got L87 tomorrow. So we got there's a lot of rocket launches this week. Pretty good. News headline goes brr. Yeah, Tommy retired. It's alright. It's alright, man. He lasted 22 freaking years, dude. That's insane. That's double. That is quite literally double what people usually last in the NFL at the quarterback position. Quite literally double. Dude, I tip my cap to the man. It was a privilege watching him play. Privilege watching that guy play growing up. Seriously, I learned a lot about the game from him. So, you know, tip my cap to the man and do what you got to do. 22 years only because the NFL made... Oh, jeez, Taradra. Man, for somebody that's as confident as you are in your opinions, you certainly sound like a bitch. Woo! Am I wrong? Who cares? I'll take the classy timeout on that. Who cares? He's got 7 Super Bowl rings. He's made 9 Super Bowl appearances. What are you talking about? I learned that it helps to deflate the balls. Guys, you talk about delayed footballs all day. You talk about this. You talk about, oh, they changed the rules. You talk about it all you want. You'd still be wrong because at the end of the day, he won and you lost. So I mean, it's fine. It's all right. It's all right. Like someone's got to lose. It's okay. If you want to be a bitch about it, that's fine. Y'all gonna be a bunch of bitches about it. I'll take the timeout again. Ask Krillin, he'll tell you. Krillin will tell you. Buccaneers legend Tom Brady. So, whatever. Get feisty. Don't you dare talk about him badly. He's the man, okay? As a Michigan State fan, I've never been overly fond of Tom Brady because he went to Michigan, but I gotta say he's the GOAT. Wow, see? We even have State fans in here saying he's the GOAT, alright? That's how you know you messed up. Krillin's too busy crying about snow like you guys have never seen it before. Ugh. Dude, you should see how much snow I moved. I moved about 4 parking spaces worth of snow with a shovel. No snowblower. There's a lot of snow. There's a lot of snow to move. I hate it, but I freaking deal with it, you know? I feel great. Got a lot of cardio in because I was just... you know? I know, we're gonna get snow again. Mahomes will never get close. I don't know, man. Pat's a good quarterback, dude. Nice. There you go, Sneaky. What's snow? Never heard of it. Why, Fleck? Why would you shovel 6 parking spaces in a sidewalk? Just go buy a snowblower. You can get one on Craigslist for nothing. This isn't a freaking contest. You're the goose because you have a house and you use a shovel. I can't buy a snowblower. I have an apartment, so I have to shovel. What are you, crazy? The Midwest would like a word. Yeah. Terrier for Freb. What is this? Koenigseg's tiny electric motor makes 335 horsepower and 443 foot-pounds of torque. What is this? Oh, look at that. Is that just bolts onto the transmission, huh? Oh, that's kind of cool. All I'm hearing is excuses flagging. You know how I feel about those. Anyway. I'm sorry, Flykin, I can't hear you. You're going into a tunnel. Anyway, alright, where were we at? So we're working with the airport right now. We got the markings for the taxiways figured out here. We still need to work on the other runway. But it's good, Alucard. It was fine. Good weekend. Let's see. I think I was working on the ramp over here. And then we got to figure out what we're going to do with the cargo terminal over here. That's going to be fun. But I have my runway incursion markers, the hold short marker, the ILS critical area markers. We got the chevrons for the what is it, the blast? It's not called the blast pad, I think. I don't know. We have the reels, runway end light indicators. I got to do the approach lights, and we got to do the glide slope lights. Not the glide slope. Yeah, the approach lights. And then I think we'll be A-okay. I think that's what it's called, Flykin, yeah. But, yeah. We still gotta work with this runway, but that shouldn't be too hard. I can copy these in sub-assemblies and go. But what I've been trying to do is get realistic runway markers and whatnot. Oh, that's a strange looking airplane. Looks like the Fiat Multipla of airplanes. Have you watched For All Mankind? Season 1, yeah. Season 2 is garbage. Make it in KSP? Nah. Nah, I'm good. Nah, yeah, we don't need to do that. Now we know where Cessnas come from. Indeed. All right. It's tailgating. Gotta fix some stuff right here. No. Jetways are articulated. The pushback rigs are for the planes. With pushback rig and a tow bar. But it depends. There's different types of planes. How do they move them then? The jetways? Electric. They got an electric motor down there, and you control them from... There's a little control panel on the side right here. They aren't modeled. How about that Rolex 24? Hell yeah, that Rolex 24. It's just a small wheel. Think a shopping cart wheel with a motor on it. It's a caster. It moves in all different directions. And then there's a joystick, and you just move it. There we go. Have we built the cargo part of the airport yet? No. We haven't gotten to that yet. I'll move me over here so you guys can see the city pop and whatnot. Nice 787. Hey DNF, what's up? So we got to work on the cargo terminal, but I figure we should probably go and check on the city while we're here. I haven't done that in a little while. Seems like we have some problems with garbage. Thanks, DNF. Yeah, there's something wrong with LOD. With LOD distancing. It's from this which one is it? Adaptive visibility. Yeah, we should probably get rid of it. That one is screwing with the frames pretty bad. Either way. Alright, so we did want to expand the city over here. Gotta figure out how we're gonna do it. How's this intersection working out now that we added the horseshoe loop? That's actually not bad. It looks like garbage trucks are getting caught up in it. That's okay. Can rezone that. There was an earthquake that went through here. We did want to redo all this now that I filled this all in. Where the trees was land, and then there was a huge river that went through here, and then there was a big hill right there. We got rid of it. And I wanted to redo this highway and put an interchange right here that connected into that road. Toilet bowl interchange? Oh, the turbine interchanges. Yeah. Oh, what happened here? Oh, not the cookies and crematorium. All right. We also have a way to expand down here. And we can go up on top of the hill too, which is actually pretty cool. Is this the map with the dam? Yeah, yeah. Did it ever start working? Yep. I lowered it a little bit, Krug, but it works. Yeah. It's weird though. It takes a second to flood here, and then it floods there. Like the rate at which this pumps doesn't hit equilibrium with the other dam, which is very weird. But it's all right. Hey Malachi, what's going on? We could also start building out here. I have expansion roads all over the place. Gotta be careful with building up here though. Or, well, not necessarily building up here. We gotta be careful with building on the coast because of tsunamis. That's tsunamis. Tsunami? Tsunami. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Okay. But I'm really happy we got. So if there's any pilots around and you're looking at this runway, we did everything right. I had a commercial pilot come in and help me last stream. I had a commercial pilot come in and help me do all the markings for it. So this thing, it's all correctly indicated. Everything is right. We have our localizer for the opposite runway end lights. I haven't done the approach lights, but I have the critical area lights. We have the hold short lights. This was all with a mod. This isn't part of the airport's DLC, but it's cool because we figured out that the mod works with the airport's DLC out of the box, which is really cool. The planes will use the modded runways, see? I can't say that they fly very well, but V1, rotate. We have positive rate. Gear up. Did you ask the planes if they use the localizer? Did I ask the planes if they use the localizer? I don't think they use the localizer. I'm pretty sure it's just there for show. What I did try to do is go in here into the plane routes and try and fix them. But it doesn't look like it likes to do that. Here, if we go into our route analyzer. Yeah. It's just looking right for that connection. Hey, Airborne, Night Viper. I pay for the runway, I use the whole runway. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. We do need to work on the cargo terminal and whatnot, but yeah. Making good progress here. We also got to work on the highway extension that we didn't finish. It's going to involve combining this intersection and this intersection into one, which might not be the smartest idea that I've come up with, but hey, you know, we'll cross that bridge when we build it. When we build it, am I right? Hey, all right. Do you know the distance between all the landing lines on the runway? 500 feet, Pete. And they are spaced correctly. I got a measuring tool just to make sure that it were spaced correctly. They are spaced exact, 500 feet apart. Any cruise ships leaving the port today? I don't know why I zoomed in on my port. No. Yeah, I think we're good. There are 12 constellations or 88 in the sky. What? I watched this when it came out, Flagging. No! That man is concussed. I watched the original Jackass when it came out, man. I was a big fan. Must be hot. fine. It's fine. It's fine. Dude, you know, like, you guys ever watch... You guys ever watch me play Cities? And I'm playing, and you're like, oh, I have the hankering to play Cities. Dude, I was watching Waffle play Cities yesterday. I'm like, damn, I want to play Cities now. Damn, I want to play Cities now. Dude, it's totally a thing. Even with me. I'm like, I was watching Waffle use TMPE yesterday, and I'm like, oh, I really want to play Cities now. What the frick's going on? Hell yeah, Knight. Yeah, Giant Waffle, Chuck. Yeah, I know him. He's a good dude. I've known Waffle for a long time, dude. Yeah, he is playing Cities right now, which is rad. I literally launched Cities now because you're playing it. I hate that all the time, EJ, but I uninstalled on everything on purpose. Well, you have to focus on school, boy. Get your schoolwork done, boy. Get it done. Consider using TMPE. I saw him using TMPE TARS, and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, Brimo, I know. Completed Cities for about 35 hours this past week since you started playing again. Sorry. Thoughts on that kid who's posting Elon's tracker? I don't know. Yeah. I don't know, dude. Speaking of Elon and speaking of playing games, did you guys see what he said the other day? Here. No, not the dank meme stuff. He's been posting some pretty dank stuff, but also here. And he also said that he could get Timmy pester him a little bit about the high-res footage of the separation from yesterday, which is pretty cool. God damn it. Guys, there are few people, and I mean few people, that would change my mind about games. Because once I have my mind made up, I try to stick with it. Why you gotta go and say that, man? Why has he gotta go and say that? Why you gotta go and say that? Ugh! It's so aggravating. Yeah, of course he's playing Legendaries. Wait, has EJ not played Halo? On the contrary, I haven't played Halo Infinite, Halo 4, and Halo 5, and I won't. I said that I would never buy another Halo game again because it's so screwed up, and I understand and fully acknowledge that I'm being a child about this. Dude, I didn't have a lot of friends growing up. I was not a popular kid at school. I kind of kept to myself. Very socially awkward. Like, very socially... Still, to this day. Dude, Master Chief was my thing. That was my escape, playing Halo. I love playing Halo. I love this story. I spent plenty of nights playing Halo by myself. You know, this is before Xbox Live came out, right? Spent many a nights trying to play, like, the Maw on Legendary and Assault on Control Room on Legendary. And what I would do is I'd try to save as many Marines as I could. And one time, me and my buddy, who was also kind of not very popular at school, we saved all the Marines on Assault on Control Room on Legendary, which was amazing. Long story short, I grew up with Master Chief, and he was one of my role models growing up, man. Like, I've read all the books and stuff, and when Bungie left the project and 343 took over, they did irreparable damage to the franchise. And yes, I'm being that guy. It's like the new Star Wars movies. It's just something from my childhood getting that messed up really, really bothers you. You don't screw with people's nostalgia, right? Like, and once again, I realize that I'm being stubborn. I get it. I understand. But that's hard for me, man. That was my childhood. And they ruined it. They ruined it pretty badly. So I said I'd never buy another Halo game ever. Halo Infinite it sounds good, and I'm happy that it's good. I'm happy that it's a good game, but I don't want to play it. Yeah, no, the new one's pretty good. Look what they did to the captain and Miranda Keyes. What? Lumprod, is that a joke? Is that a joke? From the Halo TV show trailer. But you... Alright, just ruined my childhood even more. Thank you. Thanks for that, guys. Yeah. The airport is looking great. Source airportologist. Thanks, Flight Sim. Yeah, okay. Lunprod, thank you for reaffirming that my decision was correct. Cool. Do the lights not work for the glide path? I don't have them hooked up yet, Airborne. We can make them, sure. We're gonna have to make them over here, though. I'm not sure what we're gonna do with the river. Yeah, Pete. I know. I'm not sure what we're gonna do about that. So, like, in real life, dudes, what they do... If you have part of a runway that goes out in the river, I'll use my hometown as an example again, but it's also done in LaGuardia as well, in New York, and JFK. If a blast pad on the runway goes too far, they put a big concrete structure out into the water. And then the glide slope is on... The glide slope's on like a pier almost. And then you have your approach lights and everything. And then there's the EMAS right there. That's for airplanes coming down the runway so they don't slide off and go into the water. It's like an arrestor system for airplanes if they overshoot. Could you make that with keys? Yeah, probably owns, but I'm not sure about being able to attach stuff to it, you know? Yeah, element, I didn't notice that, but yeah. Yeah, I gotta do the glide slope and everything. Yeah, we don't have any approach indicators right now. But we could get the glide slope stuff figured out. We have to go in here and go to ALS. So Airborne, check this out. I have lights, right? And if we hook them up to electricity in game, See? Yeah, Flight Sim, I'm not sure what we're gonna do here. Like, the river is in the critical part of the indicators. What if we set it to the dial-up noise? Build a bridge? I don't know if I can make A, like, make a bridge that big, Ando, and B, make it go over the river. I mean, I'll try. Hold on. There are runways that are elevated here. Like if we go into the node controllers here, right? We have ground. But I don't think we can elevate them. Divert the river to the train track? I think I might do that. We gotta find a home for the train tracks though. This is an outside connection track, so I really am kind of keen to keep it. Is anything using this track right now? No, nothing's using the train tracks. Wow, really nothing's using the train tracks. The only train track that gets used is this one for outside connection right now. This one, and then there's an outside connection over here that has freight going into the freight terminal. Wow, that LOD indicator really screwed us up. Look at the frames. The frames are terrible. Choo-choo train. Yeah, the bridge part's gonna get a little weird. Okay, yeah, see, we're alright. Oh, that's terrible. Does Starlink still go for today? From what I understand, fellas, I am going to hit the quick save and I'm going to turn off the LOD renderer because it's de-optimizing the game. I think so, Chuck. I think we got to do some civil engineering over there. I'm just gonna move all this stuff around. Time for a GPU upgrade? No. No, we don't need to do that. Question, do you need to manually select which roads yield traffic circles in cities? If you're using TMPE, yeah. Wait, what GPU you got? Nope. We're not Nope. Don't talk about PC parts in here. Stop it. Poor. Where is it? Where are you? Traffic Manager Presidential Edition. It's a mod for being able to set that stuff, the logic for the roads. Adaptive prop visibility distance. Let's get rid of that. Ray. Just loading. I'm not using TMPE, Make. I don't need to. I use the road logic to figure it out. What's up, Warline? How you doing, buddy? Long time no see. Can you maybe get a footpath as a bridge over the river? We might need to download a mod for an elevated runway. Like that, I wouldn't mind doing, but dedicated WAM. We need dedicated WAM. How much dedicated WAM? That's important, guys. Overlay the runway on an existing... Well, Ando, I don't think I can elevate the runways to begin with. That's not a bad idea, though. That's the thing. The game... The runways don't have a flag for an elevated variant. You know what I mean? How do we do the dedicated WAM? Doing alright, still better in your heart, though? Alright, man. Well, hang in there. As best you can. Yeah, see? Look, that LOD detailer... really, because it changes the adaptive detail, and I didn't feel like tweaking it to get it right. This is a lot crisper. See? Very crisp, very smooth, very crispy, smooth and mentholy. Wait, what? Put the runway on top of the city, make it a skyport. Yeah, no,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
What? What? Who? Alright, so, you know what? If we're going to do this, we're going to work on the train tracks. I need to make a train line that goes over here for the cargo terminal and for the train station. So we're going to need to make a new rail line. Which is no problem. We need a rail line for that cargo terminal. Whoa, this is awesome. Was ist das? Whoa. Huh. That's pretty neat. Starship interior concept. I dig it. What about the unused rail line? Well, we're going to need to... So... Alright. I know what we can do here. We could take that railroad track and we can make it go up the cliff and we can make a new right-of-way for the railroad track that's built into the side of the hill. Right? And then put the track up here. And that'll give us all the space in the world down here to move the river over. Basically, I'm going to take this strip of land right here, right? I'm going to make that go right into the river, and then we'll take this bit of land and we'll put it right here so we can extend the runway for the approach lights and whatnot. I think we're going to do that initially. I might extend the blast pad for the runway, just to be sure. Make bridge, no move river. I can't make bridge, no move river. Sentence better. No and then. No and then. No and then. No and then. Make a tunnel under the hill. I mean, we could do that too, Gala, if you wanted. Tunnels are expensive. They really screw your budget. And, no and then. I refuse to play your chat food mind games. And then, I am the keepers of the continuum trans function, eh? Make a tunnel? That sounds very boring. Dude! Sweet! Dude, what does mine say? Dude, I watched that movie the other day. It's still funny. I think it's funny. Have you found the continue entrance function, eh? Do you have a mod list for cities? Exclamation point cities mods gives you a good list. It's a long list at this point, Thrawn. I should probably just link to my Steam workshop. Just make the tunnel in secret tunnel. I mean, the tunnel could work too. But I like the valley idea, so that's what I'm gonna do. So we're gonna start on the new right-of-way for the train tracks right here. We may have to blast. All right. So let's go in here. Get the new right-of-way for the train tracks. Go. All right. Now you just got to make this cut into this ledge a little bit here. There we go. That's going to be a little bit of a sharp turn for the railroad, but it's a sharp turn anyway, so whatever. So whatever, you know. Just, you're the ghost of Christmas past, right? I mean, you know that it's February. I am a robot. Hey, alright, well, obviously. What are you, stupid or something? What do you think of the first Vulcan launch coming later this year? I think it's cool. And I am looking forward to it. And it's mystery, it's only exceeded by its power. Oh, 88 constellations. You know, Airborne, you know what makes my job harder when you come in here and you just say random things like 88 constellations? I have no idea what you're talking about, homie. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Yes, there are more, yeah, constellations. I don't know what you're talking about, man. You're gonna need to give me a little bit more context than that. I have no idea what you mean. Like, I'm sorry, man. I'm trying. I'm trying, dude. I'm trying my best, but I don't know what are you talking about? I'm sorry. I don't know what you mean. I have a bone to pick with you. Oh no. It was the answer to your questions earlier. What? Why? Why you do this to me? I don't know what you mean. 8-day streak? What? What? Stop this! Chat, you stop this now. I refuse to play your chat food mind games. Banana? Plátanos? Okay. I don't understand. What have I joined to? Chat's making my brain hurt. Jack, help. Help me. That make my brain do... Paul, why you gotta make me feel bad? Oh, Paul! Oh, Paul! Why you gotta make me feel bad? I don't know what's happening. Chat's just saying random things, and they're like, haha, hey, EJ, tax exemption, am I right? I'm like, what? 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 Why? I don't understand. Stop it. Say tax exemption. Tax exemption. I think I'm beginning to like this. You are simple Jack. Oh, Paul! Oh, Paul! Why you gotta make me feel bad? Never go full chat, man. Crocker, never go full chat, man. What's wrong with going full chat? You never go full chat, man. Look at some of these big streamers, Twitch chats. They go full chat. They'll go home empty-handed, man. You never go full chat, man. Never go full emote, man. There's nothing funny about going full emote. Never go full emote, man. Sorry. I don't know what's happening here. Forgive me, I was asking for stars and galaxies stuff. Who said anything about stars and galaxies, man? You telescoping? We have a mention on the Twitterers. Whoa, hey, alright. Hey, alright, alright. Look. Hey! Oh, we got a shout out from KSP. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, boy. Hell yeah. W, I'm busy right now. We got a shout out. Thanks, guys. All right. Hey, all right. That's cool. One like. Yeah, that was me. Salute. What kind of salute should we reply with? Should we give him Martin Lawrence, Harrison Ford, Anna Kendrick though. Dwight Schrute, Jim Carrey, who should we reply with? Jack Sparrow? No, that would make me look crazy. The Cap? Harrison Ford? Alright, alright. There we go. Alright, alright, there we go. Wait, you're not crazy? Back to cities. Back to cities. Nothing to see here. Well, you stuck up, half-witted, scruffy-looking nerf herder. Who's scruffy-looking? I don't remember the last time, Def. Guys, alright. Look, all I'm going to say is I got some plans. I got some plans for KSP. And I think you're going to like it. I think. I mean, the last time I actually sat down and made up plans, we came up with mission mode. And mission mode is pretty good. And don't get me wrong, we're still doing mission mode. But I think you'll like what I have in store. I'm making some adaptations to mission mode. And I think the end result would be pretty good. Is there a launch today? You bet your bottom dollar there is. And you can bet your bottom dollar that these brothers know how to handle themselves. Mods? Nope. No mods. Or, well, that's not, well, I don't know. I haven't really decided yet on that. Starlink tomorrow? What up, Python? Wait, did Starlink get... Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Starlink's today, dude. Alright. What's that, Jock? Any good ideas for an engine name? Was ist? Что? Okay. Rocket Factory Augsburg. Want to be the person to name most advanced rocket engine in the world. Now you have the unique chance to name our engine. Oh god, someone's gonna name it Thrusty McThrustface, aren't they? Someone's gonna name it Thrusty McThrustface. Someone's gonna name it Thrusty McThrustface. Oh no! Why would you do this? You guys are nuts! What are you doing? Why would you do this? Nozzle McNozzleface. Oh god. Oh no. Okay, so like actual names? Oh. X-Men meme. No. Rocket Factory Augsburg. Where's Augsburg? That's Germany, right? Or is it Austria? I'm not sure. Better than Jeff's. Where are my engines, Jeff? I'm thinking. I don't know. It's a tough one. It's got to be something awesome. It's got to be something amazing. But I don't know. We could just call it Jeff. That's fine. Alright, so we got the new train tracks here. That's a little bit of a steep grade for a train, but it's okay. We gotta figure out a way to connect it, because this track is high up and that track's low. Alright, so let's get in here and start messing with these. Explosions! We must get rid of all these shrubs. We require a shrubbery. Let's make a slope right here. So I have no word from SpaceX on whether that thing's scrubbed, whether Starlink's scrubbed or not, but we'll see. We'll see. I don't know, dudes. Like, I usually wait until I hear it from the source, you know, before I say like, oh, it's scrubbed, you know, but yeah. Stacking back-to-back launches like this is extraordinarily difficult, dudes. That's a real big strain on operations. Not just for SpaceX, but for the range, for everything else. They're not designed, the range isn't designed for that frequency. It's designed for infrequency. It's not designed to launch that much, you know? But it's okay, like, they'll handle it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
There we go. Franco, 4613 sub. I mean, that's still a thing today, guys. Like, even with SpaceX's cadence that they launch at, that's still very high frequency for the range. Still a lot. You really don't want to put corners at the bottom of a hill for train tracks, but, yeah. It's generally, you know, little frowned upon there. Hey, quick question, Thay. What happened to the bar? It's gone, Carl. What did you think happened to it? Well, this train track isn't being used right now, so, you know, we'll just, you know, get rid of it and just pretend, you know, that it didn't exist. It's fine. Alright. Normally I don't do this, but yeah, there we go. Just yeah, there we go. Look at that. Now we got a nice mountain pass, and they'll have a nice view of the airport. And now we can, you know, kill everything in here and then just ruin the ecosystem completely. Generally, fellas, moving rivers is not a good idea. Because, you know, like, I'm talking about in real life. You probably just usually shouldn't do that. The reason is because, you know, if you just take this soil and you loosen it all up and you just move it over here, the river's just gonna erode it away. Yeah. Why not run it in the mountains? Because this is just fine. Up on the valley is all we need. Up on the valley. Alright, so that's not a song. Yeah, rivers do weird things to the soil. It's kind of strange if you look at flow phenomenon of rivers. Because rivers, when they first roll through, they're straight. And then over years and years of sedimentary erosion, they start getting squiggly. And it's funny, the river actually gets so squiggly that it just returns to being straight again. It's very strange. But if you look at something like the Grand Canyon, which I'm quite fond of, Mather Point, you'll see that the river at times went like this. It was squiggly, and then it went straight again. See? You can see that there are squiggles. See the squigglies? Actually, the Grand Canyon, oh man, look at that thing. What a beast. You can see where the river went, it's squiggly, right? And then it was straight, and then it went squiggly again. It's much more apparent over here. Pretty crazy, huh? That's hydraulic pressure, man. Don't screw with hydraulics. Hydraulics can do this. Some squiggle so hard that they cut themselves off a river and make a lake. Yep. Dude, it is. Ties, I had the good fortune of going here last year. Oh my goodness. It does, dude, pictures don't do it justice. It's unbelievable how big it is. It is incomprehensible. Like, oh, look, right there. See, it's squiggling, and then this will get cut off eventually, and it'll go right there. It's very weird. And then we're getting into Lake Mead over here. It's, dude, it is. Oh no, that's not Lake Mead. Where is this? Where are we? Henderson. Oh yeah, no, it is Lake Mead. Yep. Yep. And then the Hoover Dam is right there. You went in 2019? Yeah, dude, it was. The Grand Canyon is amazing. It's just everyone should see it. It's such a wild phenomenon. Like it's like perfectly uniform terrain. Literally, like even in the parking lot at Mather Point, it's perfectly uniform terrain. And then you walk through some trees, and then it's literally like a 1.5 mile long drop. It is strange. It's very strange. Like, Brimo and I, when we went, where were we? We were right here, and then there's like a footpath, right? You walk through the trees, and then there's this. Hoover Dam, NCR, Legion, NCR. Legion's a bunch of savages. And I remember looking down into the canyon, and I'm like, where the hell's the river? I can't even see the damn thing. Oh, there it is. You could barely see it because it's so far down. It's so far down in the canyon. Yeah. And she said, yes. Yeah, that's right. Right there. That scenic overlook, right there. Right here, right where that lady's standing. Not a bad view, huh? Yeah, Hillness. Man, Primo's like, I remember that view. Yep. You proposed to me near that view. Yep. It's crazy. Crazy how big it is. It's just, alright. Okay. Anyway, back to work. Okay, so we've moved our train track, and I really don't like this area right here that we fixed. No, not car. Let's go into the auto walking mod here. We're walking on water. Okay, that's fine. Didn't an ancient book predict that or something? That somebody would do that at some point? Yeah, see, this is too... Well, that's probably an issue. I mean... This track is usable. But yeah, we should probably fix that. So we're building our own Grand Canyon today? No, I'm talking about rivers. We're gonna move this river a little bit, which in real life is a very, very, very difficult thing to do. It's tough to move a river. Okay, so the first thing that I'm gonna do is go in here, and we're gonna... I need some soil. Now, don't get me wrong, you can just buy soil, but we're gonna widen the river out here, where the old right-of-way for the tracks were. I'm just gonna dig in just a little bit here. There. And this will probably spill over.
Discovery, go
Ren,
throttle up.
gifted 3 subs. Thanks, man. How are we going to do this? How are we going to do this without flooding the airport? That's going to be difficult. We're going to need to make a diversion canal here or something. See last. What's up, Acton? Check out Harrisburg International Airport. They constructed enormous levees. Harrisburg. Along the airport to control the river. Flykin's favorite airport. Alright. Where are your retention ponds? Well, we're up in the hills. We don't need retention ponds. You guys know if it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break? If it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. And when the levee breaks, you have no place to stay. What happened to that plane? That poor... What is that, a DC-4? I'm listening to that song right now. Such a good song, man. Harrisburg was once Olmsted Air Force Base. I think it's still a detached base, right? That's not called the detached base. I forget what it's called. But also C-130s. Flykin, it is. Acton was telling me about... So, Acton, what am I looking for? I mean, we're literally going to have to do something like this. But this is home of the 193rd Special Operations Wing. Ooh, Spec Ops. Cool. All along the river are levees. Oh, yeah, I see it. I see the levee. Yeah, Flykin, see this? If the river gets too high, it's designed to go around the runway. So they intentionally have a floodplain here around the localizer, and they left a lot of, well, floodplain They purposely kept this area low, and you don't use it on purpose. Nobody builds anything here. One, because of the glide slope, and two, if the river level gets too high, this is what's called a floodplain. You can see that there's definitely water that's been right here. You can still see puddles of where the puddles were. This area does flood. Now, it doesn't flood around the localizer. They put the localizer up on stilts. See? This is the localizer for the opposite runway. For the runway where the plane would be coming from here and pointing towards this. But see, it's up on stilts. Yeah, because it's in the floodplain. Smart. We got to do something like this just to make sure that the airport doesn't flood. Now, you know what? This is actually a good idea. Check the levee distance. Oh. 400 feet to the shoreline. Same distance as the glide slope indicator. What does a localizer do? That's a good question. So that localizer that's down on stilts is for runway 13. So there's two components to the instrument landing system, and I've been learning about this, so I still might get some of it wrong, but pilots, Jack or Gary, or not Jack, Gary or anybody else that's in here that knows their flying stuff, or Papa Bear if you're here too. So you have two components to your instrument landing system, okay? There's your glide slope indicator, which is what this thing is. That's the up and down. And then the localizer is your forward and back. So the localizer over here is a phased antenna, right? That projects a very high frequency signal this way. Very high frequency, so a tight band. And it's projecting it that way. And then the glide slope indicator is also shooting out its signal. Between the localizer and the glide slope indicator, a plane can basically home in on the runway and figure out the glide slope, even in inclement weather. It could be snowing, it could be raining, it could be clouds. If you can't see the runway, you have to use what's called instrument flight rules, and part of that landing IFR is using the ILS. Did we fly here in Microsoft Flight Simulator? No, we didn't. Spot on, Natch? Gracias. Yeah, so this one tells you where you are in relation to the ground, and that one tells you where you are in relation to the runway. Some runways don't have localizers because they're not designed for ILS. It really depends on the runway. Now, this being an Air Force base, or an ex-Air Force base, well, still with the detached special operations unit, you're going to have the localizers. The military would have built out the infrastructure for this because special operations can't really wait on the weather, or else it's really not special operations now, is it? It's RNAV, Natch, right? RNAV and VNAV. They use a precision approach radar, which is another thing pretty fun. Yeah, the guidance systems, the infrastructure for landing and governing planes on the ground, like ATC operations, is actually really cool. It's really well thought out. Like, you know how SpaceX tries to refine a concept down to like the crucible, like they try to. I mean, this is just good engineering, right? You boil it down to like in a crucible, and whatever's left over is what you do, right? SpaceX did that with Falcon 9. Like Falcon 9 is the absolute stretched of that design. It's as simple as it can be for what it's designed to do, right? Airplane operations are like that because it has to be idiot-proof, as idiot-proof as you can make it, which is why it's so safe. It's very well thought out, which is really cool. I really appreciate how smart it is. It's refreshing, to see an idea that's so well thought out. I mean, most of the rules are kind of paved in, written in blood because people were idiots. But hey, it taught us things, which is good. So we got that going for us, which is nice. There's some FBO stuff. Oh, FedEx has a little cargo terminal over here. And so does UPS. Hey, uno tres. 9-month resub. So, yeah, that's what the localizer does. You notice there's two at each runway. This one is for... That localizer that's on stilts is for runway 13. This localizer right here is for runway 30. It's the ILS approach. And if you look, there's the glide slope indicator for 13. And if we go down here a little ways on the left side of the runway, there's the glide slope indicator for 30. Right there. And then what's cool is that you have hold short points right here on the runway. And then you have ILS critical area points. Sometimes the hold short and the critical area are the same thing. There's your ILS critical area marker. It's this one with the double hashes in it. This means don't move your plane right here, especially if a plane's landing, because you're gonna go and you'll end up getting in front of the localizer, and you could block the signal, and then the plane can't find the runway. So there's a critical area, and then there's your hold short positions. This right here, where it says 13 on the ground, is technically, that's the entrance to the runway. You cross this, you're on the runway. That's why it's called a hold short point. Now, cool thing to note about a hold short point. See how it has dotted lines on one side and a double solid on the other? What does that mean if we're talking cars? What does the dotted yellow mean? Dotted yellow means you can pass pretty freely at your leisure. Double solid means you can't pass. So every plane, unless cleared by the tower, has to stop here. Unless cleared by the tower. You do not go on, you do not get an unauthorized what's called an unauthorized runway incursion. Don't go on the runway unless the tower tells you. Because if you do, if you have an unauthorized runway incursion, you're going to get someone killed. Because that means, if they say hold short, that means there's a plane on the runway or there's a plane about to land. Runway incursions, unauthorized runway incursions usually don't end well. Hey, Chief. Is it 31? Yeah, 31, not 30. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, the FAA will give you a call if you disobey the tower. And they'll be like, hey, it's your buddy, the FAA. Yeah, why'd you do that? Yeah, you shouldn't have done that. I know. It's just, putting people's lives on the line. Give us your pilot's license, please. Please. Yeah, Tenerife. So this is what happens if you have unauthorized runway incursions. I'm not showing it. It's disgusting. But I'll just show you that and we'll call it a day. Bumper planes. Tenerife was pretty bad. Yeah. There wasn't really much left. That KLM 747 is taking off. Yeah, it hit it. They didn't hit like on the ground. The thing took off and flew into the parked plane. It was bad. I'm not showing the pictures. You can go look up the pictures on your leisure if you want to. Hypersonic, what's up, dude? Although the hold point can be dangerous if Harrison Ford is coming in for a landing. Yeah. Yeah, Moga, it was pretty bad. I don't show death on stream. I have a big rule about that. But yeah, don't cross the runway. That's a really important thing to understand. Do not cross this line unless the tower says to cross that line. Yeah, Moga, and it's not because I'm worried about repercussions from like violating Twitch terms of service. I have a very, 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 very staunch rule about profiting off of death. So like, I'm a space guy. I still won't show the Challenger disaster or Columbia or Apollo 1. I won't show footage from those. That's my rule. We can talk about it, but I won't show it because it's gross. It's gross. I have a problem with that. And yeah, EJ's on his soapbox again, but that's just gross. I don't need to do that. Yeah, I hear. Yeah, there you go, man. Just figured I'd explain myself. All right, anyway, let's get to moving this river. All right, so we're going to need to slowly dredge out this here. You got to make sure that you don't dredge too fast, because then you can inadvertently make a tsunami. And it's funny because if you dredge too fast, if I had a tsunami beacon here, if the tsunami beacon in game measures too much of a vertical distance change, it'll register it as a tsunami disaster, which is kind of funny to me. Yeah, Havocs, I don't do that. It's gross. I don't do that. It's gross. Yeah, it's pretty disgusting. You have to be a pretty disgusting individual to be okay with doing something like that. So, anyway, if you look at my runway here, I have the same indicators. I had a pilot help me make them. We have our ILS critical area because we do have localizers on runway 20 and runway 2, right? We have our localizers and then our ILS critical area. The critical areas might be a little close. This is a tight band. The localizer uses very high frequency because very high frequency is much more directional. It's much more precise, and you need to be precise when you're trying to put one of those on the runway. Wait, what? We have Aeroflot? Ah! Aeroflot! Rossiski, Aviationi? Aeroflot, nice. Russian aviation, right? It's a spy plane. Maybe, probably not. So yeah, my localizer points might be, or the critical area points might be a little bit off, because even though this is a very precise signal, it still does go out, still does radiate a little bit out, but who knows? I know about transport fever, Behangs. Avialini Airlines. Got it. Let me go see. Where's that Aeroflot plane? Where did it go? That's cool that mod that we downloaded, though, has Aeroflot livery. That's actually really neat. It's got all kinds of stuff. It, like, Bavair. Oh, MD-11. Flugline Cargo. Gee, I wonder what this livery is supposed to be based off of. It looks so real. Yeah, it's getting there. It's getting there. Flugline. Yeah. Flight line. All right. Let's get in here. I'm going to get the smaller brush. Want to get some ideas? I think I got all the reference that I need. This airport is... We're going to need a levee, and then we need a floodplain, just in case. So what I'm going to do, guys, is basically take the river, and I'm going to move the river over to the right a little bit. We're going to shift it, and then we're going to fill this area in. So I can get the approach indicators for the glide slope. Linia. Fluglinie? Flugzeugträger? Flugzeugträger, Graf Zeppelin. Yeah? No, 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 no. Flugzeug. Sorry, I just like saying that word. That's actually really close. Danke. Yeah, see? We gotta be careful about moving this stuff quick. I love the Zoogs as well. Yeah. Who doesn't? Alright, so let's take the lowest point in the river, and we'll start... Oh, yeah, that's good. Yeah, there was already water in the soil there. Okay, so we got to do this without tsunamiing the area. We got to move that river over. So what I'm doing is I'm making a basin right here. First of all, you should totally add a van down by the river. I'm tired of living in a van down by the river. Here's you, here's Matt. There's you, there's Matt. Why am I moving a whole river? I want to be able to put the approach indicators in the correct spots for the runway. And I don't want this runway that close. I'm tired of living in a van down by the river. Now, young lady, what do you want to do with your life? I want to live in a van down by the river. Well, you could probably do that, but you find yourself living in a van down by the river. Now, young man, what do you want to do with your life? I was kind of thinking about being a writer. Oh, look at that, Dad. Do we have Bill Shakespeare over there? We got Bill Shakespeare? Oh, a writer. Well, lottie freaking da. Actually, Matt, me and my wife have encouraged David's writing. Dad, I wish you would just shut your big yapper. Now, I know you're wondering, hey, Matt, how do I get back on the right track? Yeah, we gotta be a little careful here. We, caused a little bit of a ruckus. Let me put a levee in here so it doesn't flood the tracks. Not that it makes that much of a difference, but we're gonna be buddies, we're gonna be pals, we're gonna be amigos. The cool thing about the water in cities is that it's actually pretty damn good water physics. It's just in slow motion, so it doesn't fry your CPU. The water actually flows really well, and if you put this in, if you speed it up, you can see that the simulation, so that's actually a pretty smart solution from Colossal here. The water is super realistic, but once again, to not cook your computer, the water looks, it's basically in slow motion. So, that's actually really smart. That's a really smart way to do that. Laserman's like, yeah, I'm getting none of these references. Well, you could probably get none of these references, but you'll find yourself living in a van down by the river. Alright, so in order to not tsunami and flood things downstream, what I'm going to do is we're going to set up a little temporary power or water pump here, and we're gonna siphon the water off from the river, and it's gonna flow into this overflow pipe. There we go. And it's gonna start flooding out the basin here. And then what we'll do,
Discovery, go and
is
throttle
I'm
up.
going to make an artificial levee right here, and then we'll clear this area out. And then we dig down like this, right? And then we just basically wait for that to fill. In the meantime, actually, we'll widen the river first, and then we'll start layering in over here. So basically, if you make a dam at the wrong place, you'll flood your cities. Oh yeah, hypersonic. Oh yeah. Dude, let me put it to you this way. When in the past, when people have made hydroelectric dams, they didn't always get it right. I can give you a pretty dang good example, actually, if you want. Well, we're waiting for that to flood out. The Mulholland... The Mulholland Dam outside of Los Angeles. No, not that one. Yeah, the St. Francis Dam that was designed by Mulholland, excuse me. Yeah, they didn't always get it exactly right. So this picture is very telling. You see that right there, and you see that right there. Yeah, I'll give you 3 guesses what that is. 24-hour delay. Got it. Clocky, 45 months. Yeah. Yeah, you see those things going on? Yeah, sometimes they didn't always get it right. Whoops.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, hypersonic, it's cool because the water physics in cities are very realistic. They're very realistic, but it's all in slow motion. So you might not see it happen right away. Yeah, it'll buff out. Oh yeah, J-Speed, I remember that when we dammed out the lake. Yeah. Yeah, they didn't do that right. The hydraulic pressure was so great. So hypersonic, this wasn't a tale of like them flooding the wrong place. What happened with the St. Francis Dam? What happened with the St. Francis Dam is they miscalculated the hydraulic pressure, and the dam leaked. It leaked from the beginning, which was, I don't know, I forget if it was a design flaw or whatnot, but they miscalculated the hydraulic pressure, so they didn't realize how much water would backfill, and it literally, the hydraulic pressure moved the dam. Yeah, dams do shift around. That does happen. They do shift. Sometimes they're designed to do that. Like the Three Gorges Dam in China, the longest dam in the world. That dam shifts around. It shifts because it's designed to bend under varying hydraulic pressure, but not break. Because, yeah, if you straight up tried to resist that much hydraulic pressure, the thing will just break. It'll do that. It'll do that. So dams are, believe it or not, some of them are designed to move around just a little bit. You don't want too much deviation either, because if it bends too much, it's going to break. Quick question. Do you know what type of propulsion the Heracles HLS will have? No, not off the top of my head, Def. I went to search that, and the first video is how a massive dam in China slowed the Earth's rotation. Yep. That Three Gorges is big. It's a big mother. But yeah, they have gotten it wrong in the past. This is one of the reasons why, I'll say it once, I'll say it again. You know, we think environmental impact reports and we think, oh, what are the tree huggers whining about now? That's not necessarily the case. EIRs are there so you don't get thousands of people killed because you damn the wrong thing. Yeah, there's a really good reason why they do those. Just like the FAA rules for runways. EIRs are done so you don't... It's not always about saving indigenous species. Sometimes it's about saving humans as well. Yeah, of course. Hypersonic. Yeah, plane wing. It bends. Yeah, it's supposed to do that. It's funny because a bunch of people on the internet thought it was going to break when they saw it bending a couple of, like, 2 years ago. A bunch of people on the internet, I was reading Twitter threads and people were like, it's going to break! It's going to break! Oh my god! Thousands of people are going to die! And I'm just sitting there going, you guys are really, really stupid. You guys are really, really stupid. Yeah, exactly. It's gonna break if it can't bend. Yes, precisely. Yeah, no. I have a lot of fun reading reading about people on the internet that have no idea what they're talking about. It's actually kind of fun. I get great joy out of it. What would happen if you diverted a little bit of this river into that massive hole in the ground on the left? I'm not sure it'll register water going in there. It looks like we already did divert a little bit by accident. Yeah, Spider, the airplane traffic isn't realistic, but at least my runways are. Actually, using this as a relief for the train tracks is not a bad idea. You know what I might do? Here, no one's using this track anyway right now, so you know what we could do? Select this terrain height, which is not river height, but it's the height of the hole. So water, yeah, see, we're at surface height of the river. So water should intermittently go in here. We can create a spillway, just in case we screw something up. We'll create a spillway, and any water will just go into that hole. Oh. Okay. All right. Gotta remake some of this a little bit. Train bridges generally, I mean, they generally don't turn, but sometimes they do. Yeah, see? Let's see what happens. Does it flood it? Is Moses down there or something, or? We gotta raise this a little bit. It's flooding a little bit too much. Positive pressure. Yeah. I guess so. Generally, your track shouldn't be lower than the levees, but you know. Oh, nope, it flooded. Huh. That came on the map, Jovian. Yeah, that was part of it. But see, that hole can be our retention pond in case we screw something up. So if I send a tidal wave down the river, the tidal wave will just flow water in here and it'll lower the tidal wave. This is just a retention basin. That's pretty standard stuff for civil engineering. To be honest, that's how they do it in real life. Japan's tsunami defense system, seriously, Tokyo has a tsunami defense system that looks like this. So you have your shoreline, right? And then you have your water. And then what they do is they have a pipe that's basically right here. And that pipe leads into a huge reservoir. Underground. They're underground cisterns, right? And all the water flows in here. And then they have a pipe right here that goes into, or actually, well, it's a pipe right here that goes into another cistern, right? And then they have another pipe right here that goes into another cistern like this, and so on and so forth. So instead, when there's a tsunami, instead of it going up and over, right, and flooding everything, it goes in here. And when it fills this one, it fills that one. When this one goes here, it's just Archimedes' principle. So if this one gets full, that means all the other cisterns are full. But before that one gets full, you're going to displace a lot of water. Here. Check this out. And like I said, this is not... These cisterns are gigantic. See, this is what's under Tokyo. They have these gigantic cisterns that are they catch the tsunami water and put it into underground cisterns. Because when a tsunami happens, the water table rises. It rises above the surface because that's what a tsunami does. You got to give the place water. If you give the water somewhere to go, it won't go on the buildings and stuff. Yeah, there's thousands of these things. Pretty smart system by the Japanese. See what I'm talking about? It'll just keep filling up the cisterns, And once again, that's thousands of gallons of water. See? And once one fills up, the other fills up, the other fills up, the other fills up. To get this tank to the top, you need to fill all the other tanks, which is, once again, thousands of gallons of water. I mean, these cisterns are huge. They're all underneath the city. They're big. Very big. That's a lot of displacement. Yeah. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah. There's, like, look at every single one of these pictures is different. Look at how big this is. This looks like, this reminds me of Total Recall, the end of Total Recall. So, that's why when the Tohoku tsunami hit in 2011, you know, the earthquake did most of the damage. The tsunami hit Tokyo. It didn't do that much damage. I mean, it hit Tohoku and Fukushima and stuff, which does not have, because it's rural, it doesn't really have that type of defense system. The odd part about that is Fukushima Daiichi did have that defense system, but the tsunami overwhelmed it. Yeah, right? It looks like sewers of Imperial City in there, Vasi. It's pretty cool. You can't do something like that in cities, except for that, Johnny. I don't know if that's figuring out what's going on too well. Yeah, that's right, Doom. So, yeah, Tokyo ended up really not getting flooded very much. The earthquake did more damage. I clean reservoirs like this weekly. I mean, not that big, but still big. Oh, yeah? That's cool, Shazam. Hell yeah, man. Yeah, I'd imagine a lot of debris gets caught up in there, huh? Alright, so let's start layering in the terrain here. We don't want to go too crazy. You don't want to move too much terrain at once. If you move too much terrain at once again, you're going to make a splash. Think about throwing a bigger rock into a lake. You're going to make a bigger wave. Favorite Ben and Jerry's? I don't know, man. Fish food. I don't really eat Ben and Jerry's much. I have the local ice cream, which is Brigham's. It's way less expensive. So what I'm doing is I'm modifying this river a little bit. I'm widening it so I can put an approach for the runway in here. Let me look at Harrisburg again. I mean, it's pretty clear that we should... I mean, Flagon was trying to get me to look at Harrisburg for a long time. But yeah, this is... I'm pretty sure that that's the reason. That's pretty smart. Yeah, we got to do something basically like this. Here, once you're done moving the river... Plymouth Grand Voyager. Nice. What did I do? I was lurking. Well, you were trying to get me to see... You were trying to get me to see Harrisburg, buddy. And I'm going to use a little bit of it as reference here because it's right next to a river. We gotta basically do the same thing. Did you know that the military base that's attached to it is Special Operations, which is cool. Spec Ops, man. It's pretty neat. Yeah, see, we moved a little bit too much. We displaced a little bit. A little bit of water ended up going on the runway. Okay, this is good. We don't need this anymore. We can get rid of that. And we definitely don't want anything tall near the approach of the runway. So we can just... Wicked. Is that where you're looking at in Google Earth? That's right. Do you think there will be 2 Falcon 9 launches in less than 2 hours? It can be done from different spaceports, Starfleet, but I don't think it's going to happen this time around. I've been hearing things that the Starlink mission is going to get scrubbed. Just because, for the exact reason that you're talking about, it's tough to stack that many missions like that. Alright, we should be good to get rid of all this. And then just hit a smoother on the bottom edge. It'll get rid of the dimples on top there. We're gonna need to do another river move around boy project here with that approach. But yeah, it's okay. All right. Okay, we're looking good. Looking very good. Looking good. Oh, I may have demolished that levee right there temporarily. There we go. Perfect. Now, once again, generally you really don't... Oh, okay. Generally you don't want your tracks lower than the levees, but then again, that's kind of the reason why levees are there in the first place. Yeah, see? See all the tidal waves that we made from moving the terrain around? All those tidal waves, if they, go overboard, all that water just ends up flowing in here. But you can still see there's definitely turbulent flow here going down the river. We might need to artificially widen this river a little bit. Especially right here. This confluence is creating a ton of turbulent waves because it pinches it right at the edge. Since water is incompressible, you're gonna force water into a shallower area. It's gonna have to move fast, and it can cause a backup. It's like a clog in the drain. So here's what we'll do. Let me just get rid of this, and this is gonna create a lot of turbulent flow. This might make a little bit of flooding doing what I'm doing here. Kind of defeats the purpose of what we did over there, but that's okay. This needed to be widened. All right. We're looking good. Need to help that curve river bend. Yeah. Gotta measure some distance here. Okay. Perfect. 420 feet. Nice. Nice. That's the, you know, you guys know that that's the number, right? That's the meme number. Okay, I'm just making sure that this levee, or this is straight so we can make the levee on it so the airport doesn't flood. I mean, I don't think it will. River levels don't generally change in this just because there's no seasons. You either have winter or you have summer, basically. Depends on the climate that you make, right? Yeah, see, dropping all this in there did cause a little bit of a ruckus. Can you describe the ruckus? I was in here and I heard a ruckus. But see, yeah, the low point on the tracks. We gotta fix that. I gotta fix this. We gotta figure out something to do with the tracks here because they have to be low enough so they're not on the approach for that runway, right? But they also need to go under this road or over the road, but then again I'd have to do that. I'd have to redo that bridge if we did that, but that's okay. Page 7 of this. Let me see. Oh, they have the aspect ratios. Huh. Cool. Oh yeah, plums? How goes the airport project? Great. We have successfully diverted the river, but now I'm wondering about the approach for this. How are we going to fix the approach for that? Dang it. And of course there's a tall object that's basically right on the approach. That's good. Well, we'll figure it out. I think we're good acting. Why is astrophysics so hard? More things happening at once, the more complicated the math gets, dude. Simple as that. There's a lot of things happening in space, man. And there's a lot of things happening in space all at once. You filled the hole with water. Chat's idea, not mine. How long is this runway? Just out of curiosity. 5,700 feet. And then we made this one 8,000, I think. Yeah, it's 8,000 feet. That's a big runway. Cool. I don't know if we're ever going to add another runway. I don't know where the heck I'm going to put it. It might go right here. I can't put a parallel in because there's a hill in the way. Now, don't get me wrong. We can level the stupid hill. But I'm trying to be semi-realistic here. But then again, I did just move the river. But then again, that's definitely been done in real life. That airport's definitely not supposed to be there. So they did do the same thing here at Harrisburg. You can clearly see where the original river was supposed to be. The train tracks ran alongside the river. Like, that's pretty obvious. Because the tracks were obviously there before the airport. Now my question is, where the heck did they get all this dirt from? Usually you'd find a big hole somewhere. Big hole in the ground. Next to this place where they dug out all the dirt. What's that? That's a big hole in the ground. Okay. There is a big hole in the ground. I'm not sure that that's a big enough hole in the ground, but... Let's see. Up. Well, that explains that. Yep. I'm going to go ahead and bet that they probably took the dirt from this mine, just bust it down here on the train tracks, and then dumped it. That is, in fact, a very large hole. This looks like a coal mine. Nah, maybe not coal. Hard to say. It's not dark enough to be coal. This could be granite. Could just be a stone mine. It could be a coal mine, too. That's just an aggregate mine? It's a dirt mine? Well, there you go. Oh, gravel. Making some concrete, are we? There's your limestone. There's your gravel. Where's the sand? Oh, they're using a lot of power, whatever this is. Guys, this is sand and gravel. They're making concrete in here. That's what all this stuff is. Where's the sand? Usually we should have sand. Because you need sand, gravel, a little bit of limestone to make some good... okay. Man, what are they doing here? This is cool. But yeah, also, very big hole. That's enough dirt to fill in over there. Like I said, I'll bet you they just took the dirt from this, the leftover dirt, and they just used it here. Yeah, 3 Mile is over here. Shame they just shut it down. They shut down 3 Mile? Why? Well, you know what? I don't want the answer. I don't want the answer. Never mind. I know the answer. I don't want the answer, but I know the answer. But I also don't want the answer. Yep, you don't want the answer. I know. I don't want the answer, but I know the answer. Damn it. I know the answer, damn it. I don't want to hear it, though. Alright, what are we going to do about the tracks? I don't want to know what it was designed to do. I want to know what it can do. Wait, that's something different. It's against the rules to discuss the answer.
Meteorologists have issued a severe tornado warning for the area. Residents should seek shelter.
No.
If any
No. I just made that look pretty. Frick. You freaking fricks! You freaking fricks! When will you learn? When will you learn? That your actions have consequences! Turn it off? Nah. You don't do that in real life. You can't just turn off the weather. Okay? Or can you? Sorry, no. That was a joke. Please, don't kill me. Shut down the airport? Nah, it's fine. You can't hack or nothing. I got Norton. You know, it'll be fine. You know how I know? Like, because look, like, here, let me show you. Give me one moment. Oh, where is it? Yeah, here.
You won't, Mike.
It'll be like this. Here, this footage right here. Yeah, this is from Big Jet TV. Watch this. So, I'm going to give you guys a good example of how not to land an airplane when it's windy. Yeah, so it was at this moment that he knew he screwed up. No, 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 what are you doing? Stop, no!
Easy, easy, easy!
Oh
Oh my god! Chili!
Yep. Yep, nope. No. Generally, what I heard from... Oh, freaking jeez. Generally, what I've heard from pilots is that if you ever do this, touch one wheel down, don't force the landing. Just go around. Yeah. Just don't. Oh, gosh. Okay. No! Dude, what are you doing? Oh, my goodness. Dude, what are you, nuts? What are you doing? What the heck, man? What are you doing? You can always go around. Indeed. Super faggot. Yeah, no, you know, if you ask for perms and no one gives you perms, and then you just post the link again, it's gonna nail it. Just putting it out there, dude. Yeah, there are crab landings. There's crosswind landings, but yeah, it'll be like that when the tornado comes. It'll be fine. See you last, of course. Relevant. Yep. Yeah, they'll just crab it in. One more example? No. We got enough examples. I think I've driven the point across pretty well. I think you made your point. Chad, are you sure about that 5 minutes? Chad, are you sure about that 5 minutes? You sure about that 5 minutes? Oh, that's good. Yeah, just move the camera when I'm editing the terrain.
Tornado has touched down in the area. Seek shelter immediately if any is available.
Yeah, who knows what damage that did. Bye-bye airport. Nah, she's gonna miss. She's going that way. She's going into the reservoir. It's alright. She's gonna suck some water up and just put it somewhere else. Why don't we just suck some water up and put it over here? We do need to do something about the tracks. The tracks are no good. Could a plane actually use a tornado to save fuel? No. Guys, you're conflating wind with turbulent air. No. Do not fly near a tornado in an airplane. Guys, planes need laminar flow over the wings. They need nice, undisrupted air over the wings, or else the wing doesn't wing. Don't fly near a tornado. I mean, I don't need to say that. Any pilot in here knows that. But you don't want to fly near one of these things because the air is turbulent. You have disrupted air. Your wings will stop working. Tornadoes have a lot of turbulent air. It's not just wind. Wind is laminar flow, but going in one direction. But even wind, you're going to get turbulence when you fly in wind because it's disrupted air because it's moving. It's Switch Chat. You absolutely need to say it. Nah, it's crazy acting. They need to add tornadoes in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yeah, exactly. So, there's this rule about flying planes, and any pilot, it's not a written rule. It's not a written rule. But it's this rule about flying planes. Don't do anything dumb. Okay? Don't do anything dumb. Flying near a tornado, that's pretty dumb. So planes have this thing called wake turbulence, and see how it's making the air a spiral instead of a straight line? Yeah, if another plane flies near that, this is what happens. The wings literally stop winging. Do a flip. It's okay. You have your safety squints and yeah, safety squints. Yep. Oh, dude. Yeah. And then what's the oh, and then microbursts. There's microbursts too. Microbursts is scary. Microbursts are very scary. 1, 2, 3, aviate, navigate, communicate. Yeah. Yeah. No, not microbirds. Not microbirds, microbursts. Microbursts are basically a low pressure pocket that planes can get caught in. And it doesn't end well when you get low pressure on top and bottom of the wings. Wind shear sucks. I fly sailplanes. Do not feel safe with wind shear. No, yeah. Yeah, perturbing forces. Not good for the plane. Alright. Yeah, a microburst is when the atmosphere decides to drop a column of cold air to the ground. Yeah, cold air, low pressure. So, plane's flying, you have your cold air going down, plane flies into cold air, plane also goes down. Nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do. Your the aero control surfaces don't do anything. It's scary. Don't get me wrong, this is why you have the weather nowadays. They know when it happens, so nobody flies into it, but it wasn't always the case. Yeah, look at this. There's one, yeah. Dude, look, it actually happens. That's an atmospheric phenomenon. It's crazy. Thanks, Acton, for the links. Yeah, don't fly into that. That's death. Certain death. That's not even, like, questionable. Your wings will stop working. They'll just, whoop. Yeah. I mean, it's cool looking, Alucard, but I wouldn't fly into that. That would... Yeah, that remember the whole don't do nothing dumb thing that I was just telling you about? Yeah, that's one of the things. All right. Let's make new train tracks. There we go. I'm going to put the tracks on top of the levee here. Because the old tracks were pretty much blatantly in the floodplain. You know, that's good. It's just, yeah. The old tracks were kind of in the floodplain. Probably not a good thing. Okay, new bridge. Yes. 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 Yeah, hold on. We screwed up the grade here. The grade is non-uniform, so it'll make roller coaster tracks. You don't want that. Tracks that do this. Train tracks don't like it when you do that. Or more specifically, trains don't like it when you do that. There we go. We still got a little bumpiness right there. It's because of the cell length, I think. So the tracks seem pretty dang uniform right until about there. And then, oh, okay. Yeah, it was just the cell length. All right. Sometimes making shorter segments of track do screw it up. Yeah, see, look, if I, yeah, huh. Oh, that's strange. Why is it doing that? Oh, right there. That cell is too long. Alright, so... Or it's not short. Yeah, there we go. That should fix that. See what I'm talking about? See how that's totally smooth? All the way down? Yeah, it still does some dipsy-do there. Here, it's much more apparent in first person. See what I'm talking about? I hate that. I hate it so much. The little dip right there. It's something with the splines over cell length or moving over the terrain or whatnot. Yeah. Sometimes you gotta just remake it. And that fixes everything. Like if I remake this, it's dark. It's dark! I could fall into a precipice. Sometimes if we remake it, right here, yeah, it's still a little bad, but this is okay. Yeah, you gotta like make it so all the lengths of track are even going down. Because if you have a short piece of track and then a long piece of track, it'll make the bumpy thing happen. But see, that's nice and straight. And now we're going to go to the bridge. And then I'm going to use the Move It tool, Control H, and set the height for the bridge so the bridge is nice and flat. Train bridges are generally straight. Most bridges are generally straight. Sometimes they curve. It really is application. What are you trying to do, you know? But now I put the train track up on top of the levee here. So, you know, you won't drive the Chevy to the levee. You'll drive the train to the levee, and the levee will be dry. Okay? Nobody's drinking on the job here, all right? You're not drinking whiskey and rye because you're operating a motor vehicle and or train. That song is normalizing drunk driving. It's terrible. It's terrible. Why would you do that? Who does that? What's wrong with you? That will be the day that I die. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Dry as whiskey. The song lyrics don't make any sense, man. That didn't make as much terrain as I really wanted it to, I'm not gonna lie. Didn't really... Sometimes people say I do things that are not correct to do. I am strong man with happy feelings. No, that didn't really do what I wanted. Ha. 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 Huh? What can we do? So does the airport not really bring any money? Nah, Biang's not right now. Not right now because half of it is shut off. And I have a lot of infrastructure supporting it that's designed, that's over-engineered. It's over-engineered right now, but in the long run, as the city gets bigger, you know, I built it for planned expansion. Like I have spaces for a train station and a bus station on the concourse here on purpose. Yeah, I did that for a very, very good reason. So I built it for future expansion down the road. Does the DLC let you build some general aviation stuff? No general aviation stuff in the DLC, Natch, but I may have the airport parts pack mod for, you know, pretty good reasons. I can do some FBO stuff and some GA stuff. I think I'll put GA stuff over here, attached to the shorter runway, because I have this is a 5,000 foot runway, I think, is what we have set up. Actually, it's closer to 6,000, which is pretty rad. It's pretty good. 5,800 feet, and then that one is 8,000 on the dot. 5,000 and 8,000 is pretty good for general aviation. That's fine. Hey, Tartarus. I haven't watched EJ in a long time. Hi, just saying, I'm glad you're playing with finances enabled. I just prefer that so much more. People play cities in sandbox mode? I mean, I get it. I mean, I played Kerbal in sandbox mode for a long time, so I get it. Doesn't that kind of defeats the point, though, with cities? Like, an entire city's design is based upon... You know what? Hey, you know what? I guess, whatever. You play the game, play the game the way you like. You know, like, whatever. It is what it is, dude. Oh, you figured me out, Pete. It's a cup of a carpenter. Yeah, no. I mean, yeah, if people want to be creative with cities, that's fine. But something that I've noticed about cities, dudes, is that if I just went around and made a regular looking city, like I noticed that kind of quote unquote run of the mill cities play has a very distinct shape. Like, I can't describe it. I try to make my cities look realistic, and the way I do that, what's going on in here? The way I do that is, once again, I take a lot of reference from real life. And the second thing is that I do a little bit of planning, not a lot. Like, okay, so let me give you an example. I built Fairlane to be, I mean, technically this city's supposed to be a sprawl city. It's supposed to have 300,000 population. It's supposed to be just city everywhere, as much as you possibly can. I kind of took a little bit of a detour with the airport project, but we could go back to expanding the city. I'm going to make another downtown sector over here, and it's going to go all the way up back here, and then maybe up on the hills or whatnot. And maybe this district that's generally residential will upgrade it, and we'll finally upgrade it and start building more city in here. Long story short, I try to build the cities realistically, because if you try to build the cities realistically and you try to take reference from real life, you'll end up with well, I know this is a shocking revelation, but you'll end up with a city that looks realistic. You won't end up with a city that just looks like a bunch of grids all connected together with some highways. I try to build in a way that makes it look a lot more real. You know what I mean? Like my downtown sectors, for instance. Like this, when we first started the city started right here. So this is the oldest sector of the city. So I made sure that I put older buildings, older style buildings over here. And then the city expanded down here, and then there's a new downtown sector down here that has more newer buildings. So I have some buildings from LA. I have a building from Pittsburgh. I think that's Pittsburgh. That might be Chicago. The Columbia Center is Seattle, which is this city's supposed to be Pacific Northwest, but Noguchi Industries, yeah. Nice. So, like, I try to follow a more realistic kind of meta when I play, and I find that building that way makes your city look nice. If you figure out why, you know, like they built the airport here, and where, for instance, they got all the dirt to fill in the river, right? Figuring that stuff out and building realistically like that is creative. Like that's the beauty in itself. Like, there are people that just build cities to make a cool looking city, and that's fine. But I think if you follow the rules of making cash in the game, right, and spending and whatnot, like, our city's income is kind of all over the place. We have a high influx in income rate, which means there's a bottleneck somewhere. You don't go from plus 24K to like minus 10. I noticed that my income is fluctuating up and down. You know what that tells me? Traffic. Traffic is the lifeblood of a city. Like, the highways are a circulation system for the cities, and if your highway's clogged, well, that's a blood clot. And then your supply chains go, haha, supply chain go burr. So you need a replica of the Rensen? This isn't the right type of city for that. So, yeah, we got a bottleneck somewhere. That's why my income is fluctuating, because there's a bottleneck somewhere in revenue. But we'll have to go analyze that later. But long story short, I like building more realistically, because then your city ends up looking right. It is creative in itself. You use the gameplay to make to make it look right. This looks like it could be a real city, right? This looks like Seattle. I designed it that way on purpose, and I designed this city to have terrible traffic jams, so we'd have to kind of make weird, wacky-looking roads like Seattle and like Portland. That it was induced that way on purpose. See what I mean? You have that much of a rapid flux in money. That means you're bottlenecking somewhere. But I digress. So, yeah, like, I don't blame people, Tartarus, if they want to build, if they just want to go in and create, that's fine. You know, you're not going to judge for that. Don't waste your time. Don't waste your time with that. You know, like, don't waste your time picking a bone with people for no reason.
Discovery, go and
but
throttle up.
the funny thing is that if you do a little bit of research, right? And maybe some people don't want to go the extra mile. Like, maybe some people don't get paid to play cities like I do, right? Like, but if you go and do the extra research, you take reference, you do your homework, you'll get a city that looks nice, that works well within the confines of the economic system in game, which I think is that's the way I play, and that's the way I enjoy this game. Now, don't get me wrong, not everybody has to play that way. Imagine saying that in a sandbox game that people are playing it wrong. That's a really funny concept in itself to me. I'm not hating by any means. Like, that's a funny thing to me. Like, oh, you're not playing it right. You know, like, I think that the means to the creative end is building a city that's realistic. You build a city that profits and it looks nice, you know? But everybody plays a little bit differently, and that's fine. That's totally okay. Yeah, it's inefficient on purpose, Danny. I can build cities with perfect highway systems. I've done it before. I've built cities with like 95% traffic flow. I really tweak cities a lot. I like testing cities. Like, I like science, so I like conducting scientific studies with what makes the traffic system in this game tweak. I like doing that. I have a city where we have perfect traffic. We've made cities that are economically depressed. I've made cities that are a very highly efficient planned city project. That's the Edgecott project. I've made all different types of stuff. Now, my original urban sprawl city, Westwood, had 300,000 pop in game with no mods, right? No like traffic manager mods or anything. But I did have monuments, and I used monuments to get the city up to 300,000 population. What I want to do with this city is purposely sprawl the city out to 300,000 population and then try to fix it. So I purposefully, recklessly planned this in a way that makes it look like it was very organic growth, not very well thought out. Like, for instance, you have grids protruding into other grids, and then you get these little weird kind of weird shaped intersections, like exactly like what Seattle has. If you look at Seattle, it'll look like this. Here, I'll show you. Let me go over to Earth. So, like, I try to be a little bit scientific with each type of build and try to do fun stuff like that. See last, what's up? Why doesn't it have connections? Who? Nightmare with the 32-monther in there. Who told me to see last Tar? Most cities look good, but there's one issue I always see, especially with more of the suburbs that people make. There's a distinct lack of slums and parking lots. Yeah, for sure. Like, just take a look at Seattle's grid system. You have gridded, and then it intersects with other grids. And then that leaves these weird kind of dead zones of shapes. Weird triangular, non-triangular trapezoidal shapes where the grids hit each other. And this stuff causes traffic. Anybody in Seattle knows exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, main roads like this, you have roads cross, you have triangular intersections. It's just, yeah, this causes a lot of problems. And then there's the Alcan Highway, or, well, not anymore, but there was the Alcan Highway, and that was fun. Your airport has connections. My airport has connections, yeah, so? So I tried to make it like that on purpose. The idea is that this neighborhood area here was built to be parallel to the shoreline. And this was the natural expansion of the city, right? I built a road right here to be parallel to the shoreline because that's how it would have been. That's how Seattle works. Because they would have built the city based off of the docks. These would have been the buildings that got built first because Seattle was a huge trading post for the logging industry back in the day. So they would have built this stuff first, and then see how this grid is parallel to the water as well. And then you go over here, and you could tell that this was planned. This is newer because it's more gridded out and more uniform than this area where there was a lot of natural expansion to the city. This was all natural. Once the city got to kind of this point, that's when they started planning the rest of it out. Because you can see the rest of it is very uniform grid that follows north, south, east, west. And when that uniform grid of north, south, east, west starts interfering here, you get a lot of traffic. Same for any city. Horizon site taught at the University of Seattle. Awesome. And then Seattle retrofitted the highways just like most American cities, and they had to find a place to put the 5 that wasn't where anything else was, so they built it into the side of the hill. And that makes for some of the most wacky interchanges I've ever seen. It's just like Boston. There's just weird interchanges because the highways were added retroactively. So like after the city was made. And that's what I did here too. Same thing. I added the highway after because this used to be the only way into the city. So we ended up expanding all the way down here, and the traffic got so ridiculously bad. I built this one first, right? And then it was still bad, so then we built this bridge over here. And then the original bridge was right here. Original bridge was right there, but it wasn't tall enough for the port that I wanted. So I built a bridge that had a high enough berth to have the ships go underneath it. Connection issues, the bubbles above parts of the airport. What connection issues? There's no connection issue problems here. The connection issues are that. I have half of the airport shut off because I don't need an airport this big right now. Nice. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Little thing on Natural Cities expansion. That's a creative city in itself. We got a doubleheader tomorrow. 87 followed an hour and a half later by Starlink. Did it move, Thomas? Finally shifted to the right? Oh, word. Tomorrow's gonna be sick. Let me remove that from the title. Cool. Would it be possible to make a city that runs on public transportation? Sure. Yeah, sure, Darkside. I don't like putting all my eggs in one basket, guys. I don't think I think you want to get a greener footprint, utilize every single advantage that you can. You have too many cars, build more trains. You have too many trains, build more cars. Cars can do things that trains can't. I mean, that's a personal theory of mine. I don't know if it's a real civil engineering thing or not. I say utilize everything to your advantage. You know, bike lanes, walking have its advantages over cars in certain areas. Anyone from New York knows what I'm talking about. There are times when cars have advantages over walking, like Los Angeles. There are times where trains have advantages over cars. There are times where airplanes have advantages over everything. My thing is to, you build to your advantage. And if you have a good kind of blanket system between, walking, it's accessible via walking, it's accessible via cars, every system gets net lower consumption because you're spreading your transportation means across a lot of avenues of transportation. Trains, subways, cars, buses, if you separate out the means of transportation, right, and utilize stuff where you need to utilize it, like a bike lane would be good in an urban center, but a bike lane would be idiotic on a highway, right? Utilize every system to your advantage. You're spreading out the means of transportation over a much wider array, right? So not everybody's going to use a car. Not everybody's going to walk. Not everybody uses the train, right? You spread it over a larger array of transportation systems and your carbon footprint will go down. Don't forget boats. Oh, of course. I didn't. Believe it or not, I think cities like London, like New York, Paris, Berlin, Boston to an extent, our roads are terrible though. But then again, most of those cities' roads are. Spreading all the different ways, spreading it all over different ways is the right move. That's the way to curb that. You don't want everyone using a car like Los Angeles. You don't want everybody using a train either, because then the trains get clogged, kind of like Tokyo, right? But then again, Tokyo's a pretty damn good example of using every transportation system to your advantage. Chicago's a good example. Lots of trains. Yeah, you gotta spread it around. You can't just use all trains, and you can't just use all cars. You can't just use all airplanes. Airplanes, how the heck are you gonna do that? What am I gonna do? Put another airport right over here? Like, that's not gonna work. JPL just released a 1-hour documentary on Explorer 1 if you want something to put on during the break. Oh, cool. I mean, that's an idea that I based that idea, Midget, off of Walt Disney and the Imagineers for Epcot. This is something that Walt Disney and his Imagineers came up with in the 60s. Which I think is insanely smart. Disney wanted to do a planned city, a prototype community of tomorrow, which is what Epcot stands for, Experimental Prototype Community of Tomorrow. And they had this idea about means of transportation, and these ideas were prototyped in Disney World and Disneyland. You ever have any problems moving around in Disney World and Disneyland? No, it's really easy to move from one side of the park to the other. Now, Ride Queue is a different example, but they utilize this idea all over the place. You ever notice how some of Disney's rides are just weird? It's not like an amusement park, right? Like, the train is a ride, and the People Mover is a ride? What's the People Mover do? It just moves people around. Well, that's the idea. Walt Disney came up with prototype civil transportation, mass transit civil transportation systems, and implemented them into his park because the parks were prototypes for Epcot. True story. Disney Imagineers came up with this idea of separating every means of traffic onto a different level, or every means of transportation onto a different level. Trucks and buses are on the bottom. Cars are above that. People and bike paths are above that, and trains are above that, and then planes are obviously on the top, right? Because flying, right? Underground runway might not be the best idea. See what I'm talking about here? They came up with this idea of utilizing every single type of transportation system the best that it could. So what's mass transit for? Mass transit is good for moving a lot of people over a short distance. Walking is good for moving a lot of people a really short distance. Cars are good for moving a lot of people over medium distances. Trucks are good for moving goods and people over longer distances, but still can be used in a short capacity. They split every form of transportation onto a different level. Disney World does this. Monorail is all elevated. You never see the monorail down on the ground. Monorail's elevated. It never crosses the path that people walk on, and it never crosses the highways either. Smart. Very, very smart. This is next level thinking right here. It's actually going to be implemented in the Line City in Saudi Arabia. Good. Starting my first truly permanent moon base. What should I name the site? Tranquility Base. Tranquility Base here. Our Eagle has landed. Yeah, see? They built Epcot like they were going to build Epcot like a layered cake, with the utility tunnels or utilidors all underneath everything, which was also really smart. That idea ended up being in Walt Disney World. Walt Disney World has no service corridors above ground. All the service corridors are beneath the park. The park is built on a huge hill, which is very smart. Yep. That's what I think about transportation. So, like, to answer the question, yes, you could absolutely build a system that just relies on public transportation. Sure, but you'd be limiting yourself if you did. And now I know what people are going to say. Well, EJ, I don't see any trains here. I see one train track going in there. Well, I have subway stations. And my subway stations are based on route analyzation. Where are people trying to go? And I base them off a route analyzation, and we end up having a subway system that's actually very profitable because we did our market research. Subway system pulls in $2,500 profit every week because the trains are moving where people want to move. They're moving. The trains have a utility advantage over cars in this regard. They can move people where where it's hard to get for the cars. And look at some of these station numbers. 555, 546, 591. What about this one from the old sector? Old sector of the city. 372. What about you? 641. What about the terminus station at the north part of the city? 1174. And I put a tourist attraction right next to it. Use every system to your advantage if you want to be good at civil engineering. There's no point in limiting yourself. How old is this city? I forget when I started Fairlane. To be honest, I don't really remember. Yeah, the launch got moved, guys. Chicago has the yellow, black. That's a really good idea. It's a very progressive idea, separating the trains and putting it on a different level. Sorry, Sunshine. Yep, those small advantages make a difference. And this is one of the most useful tools in cities. Traffic routes, route analyzation. Where's traffic trying to go? You could just arbitrarily build a train line that connects here to here, but nobody wants to go from here to here. Right? Actually, that wouldn't be a bad idea. this traffic here tells me everything I need to know. If we do route analyzation here, most of the traffic is on this road to get out of the city. Most of it. Some of it, though, is going from here all the way over to here. So a train line that actually goes left-right right here might not be the worst idea. But you have to do a little bit of market research. People don't want to ride a train that goes to nothing. And doing that market research will get you... you know, going back to it, will get you a creative-looking city. You'll build trains where they need to go. You don't just arbitrarily place stuff. Here's the site for the planned city. Oh, cool. Oh, that's neat. But if the train goes to Busan, I don't... What? Korea? I don't... Is this Will Chamberlain? I don't know. It might derail. This is a, yeah, okay. Yep, yeah, yes, yeah, okay. I remember now. It's a 2016 South Korean action horror film. Film mostly takes place on a high-speed train from Seoul to Busan as the zombie apocalypse breaks out. Oh, jeez. Neat. Okay. Now that our train track is kind of where we need it to be, the other thing that we need to do is we need to make a service. We need to make the train track go over here. I'm trying to think of what we should do to give the airport access to the city. A direct line would be the best, right? But there's a lot of obstacles in the way, and there's a shipping terminal here, so I really don't want to make a bridge that goes across right here. Anybody from Pittsburgh knows that bridges are generally in the spots where the river's close. If you're dealing with a lot of rivers, the areas where the two banks of the river get closer to each other is the place where you want bridges. You don't want to build bridges over wide areas like this. A BART tube? We could do that. Tunnels are expensive, though. It's easier to elevate the train. Even elevating it, though, is still expensive. I was thinking about using the existing lines because I have a line that goes over here that goes directly into the city already. See? I left this area open to add more train lines if we needed to. Right now, this station only sees a lot of traffic. The multi-platform station only sees a lot of traffic because of the subway. It's not necessarily from the train, which does get used, but it's only an outside connection. So people are coming in via train from the city. New Century, do you have general zoning ratios that you go by? For the most part, yeah. It's like 8 to 1 or something for residential. Or like 10 to 1 for residential to commercial. I think. With that being said, I did not use the ratio intentionally on this. This has a lot of mixed industry. There's industry with commercial and residential, and it's just kind of all mixed up on purpose. Like I said, induced traffic problems. I did that on purpose. Came from Waffle Stream, you're the copium I need. Why? What's wrong with the way Waffle plays? What was he doing? Do I want to know? Yeah, New Century, you generally, I mean, there's ratios of things, right? But there's ratios, but generally you just make what your city needs. But yeah, residential to commercial, like, I think it's like 10 to 1 or something. I don't know what my exact ratio is, but I do use something like that. Fixes spaghetti with more spaghetti. Yeah, he's learning. He's learning. Give him some time. I mean, see, this intersection I did plan out, and I planned this intersection out on purpose because in the future this one's gonna be big and it's gonna move a lot of traffic. Now it's not finished. I didn't finish it on purpose, but soon though. Try Transport Fever. Nah, this game does everything that Transport Fever does. DV, I don't really see the need to play it. It's a good game, but Cities does the exact same thing, you know? You know, while we're here, I'll do a little bit of expansion here. Maybe not just yet. We gotta find a way to build roads up into the mountains, and then we gotta figure out places to build on said roads. Wait, why is this highway elevated? It's elevated because it goes over another highway. Yeah, damage case. The Alcan. Alcan Highway. They got rid of it. And maybe I'll do that when this highway out here... That I based this highway off of the Alcan Highway. Maybe when my city needs it, I'll build tunnels. But we don't need it right now. Looks like we could do with widening out a lane here. Well, the game really didn't like that. Well, that'll just stay as a bottleneck for now. Anyway. We should probably finish the markings for the other runway, but I'm not sure what we're gonna do about said approach lights here. You have 3 lanes going into 2 there. I know. I think I know, well, not I think, I know this spacing is completely off. And it would help if you faced it the right direction, moron. How are we gonna do this? might need to go looking for a mod, dudes. Let's try runway bridge. Let's see what that gets us. That's not really giving me what I want. Let's try this. Industrial dock, most popular of all time. Docks. No. I need like a heavy concrete pier. Let's try industrial pier. That's wood. No, that's kind of what I need, but not exactly what I need. Nah. Peer pressure. Yeah, I saw the Guinness truck, right? Let's try heavy dock. Wait a minute, was that a C5? Hell yeah, C5. Cool. We could add a C5 to the game and it'd fly around. We could put a military base attachment to this. That would be kind of cool. Alright, let's go to all time, see if we can find something. Yeah. No, that's not really what I'm looking for. I don't want a floating dock either. Do you have the Chirp X mod? It's not a mod, that's DLC. And there's people made attachments for it. People made Falcon Heavy. And yes, I do have it, yeah. Mm-hmm. Let's just try dock. Let's see what that gets us. Alright, let's try airport bridge. Let's see if that gets us what we're looking for. People are already making DLC stuff for the frickin' airport pack, which is crazy. I mean, I think that's really neat. International airport layout, small hangar, Sydney Harbor Bridge, that's cool. Oh, cool, drawbridges. That's really neat. Let's try, alright, we'll try concrete support. There's the footers. I don't know how we're going to hold up something with that, though. Let's try elevated runway. Let's see if that gets us what we're looking for. There's the approach system. We might have to get creative with this, dudes. Top 5 must-have mods for cities. Find it, move it. Road Anarchy. For a newer player, TMP might be the best. Might be a good thing to use. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Bop it. Spin it. Pull it. Bop it. Oh, runway skid marks decal. That's kind of useful. But yeah, there's really nothing that I'm looking for. Alright, well, let's get out of that. Cape Starship launch tower assemblies to be made at Roberts Road per new pics of the area. Cool. Well, that's pretty neat. Yeah. You need one heck of a footprint for the airport. Airports take up a lot of space. At least 2 or 3 grid squares if you're doing it right. Look at that. Thing takes up almost 6 grids. That's crazy. What would happen if you just brought up a pinpoint of land in the middle of the water? They would create a wave, but yeah, we could do that. I could do this here. Let me go runway, and then let me set the extensions here. Concrete runway elevated. So I have this like elevated runway here, and like it's interesting because I don't know what it means when it says elevated. Like I would assume that, you know, elevated means that you can like make it go up and down, but you really can't. It just has those, yeah, it just has the curbs on the side of the runway, which is all right. But see, we could get away with doing something like this. But see, this looks terrible. It looks horrid. Like, that's about how much space I'd end up needing. If I could just build, like, a bridge out here or something. Why does it look bad? Because... So, what I'm looking for, fellas, is something like... actually, it's less like JFK. It's more like LaGuardia, so let's go up here. So, see these, like, runway extensions that they put here? It's literally just... It's not... land, right? It's like a dock, so it's still over the water. There's water underneath it, but it's like a heavy concrete dock. Anybody know of anything like this? Geez, even in LaGuardia, the VOR is out in the middle of the water. Yeah, bloody stub. Well, LaGuardia, what's wrong with the key? It's concrete. The keys? Yeah, SFO does the same thing, fellas. Yeah. You know what? We might already have something in here like this. Overpass support network. Well, what's this? reinforced concrete. Huh. Okay. Let's flip that filter off, Doc. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute, 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 wait a minute. What is this? That's... Wait, we already had something. What is this? I don't even know what this is from. R69 Docks Corner. There's a dry dock. I wanted those for the shipyard. Now, where's the surface for it, though? Floppable asphalt segment. Yeah, those aren't working. Unless they're like underwater or underground or something. Nope, those don't work. The heck is this? Nope. You maybe have to plop it on supports? Alright, I'll put a support down and we'll see. No. That's pretty much exactly what I'm looking for. Just supports. The dock surface stuff is not working, so... Here. I don't know why I got those. I think they were a part of a pack, so... Let's try looking in the workshop. R69 docks, right? Oh. This pack. I already have it. This one with all the fancy schmancy stuff. Wait, why do we have this? Required is ploppable asphalt. Oh. Which I do not have. That's why it's not placing them. Oh, yeah. That's perfect. This will work just fine. Yes. Yes. All right. We need this. Let me save the game. And we can put our extended blast pack here. That's cool. Unlike Kerbal, I'm not really adverse to downloading mods for cities. That's fine. Especially if it's just a little visual thing to make it look nice. What I have a thing with cities is modifying the gameplay. I don't want to modify the gameplay too much. Alright, so... It doesn't like when I download workshop stuff while the game is running. So... I'm just going to... I'm going to just shut the game for a second, and then we'll get some mods here. I got freaking chapped lips from when I went out and shoveled snow in freaking snow monsoon conditions the other day. You should also check node controller renewal. It's amazing for building roads. I find that Move It works just fine, Danny. The node controller, yeah, I mean... I mean, I have no problems building roads, so if I have no problems building roads, why would I get more things, you know? Like, if I had a problem building roads, then, you know, I'd be like, oh yeah, you know, we should probably grab this. Ploppable asphalt, there you go. Sweet. Trust me, it's the next level. What is this? Node controller? Node controller. Yeah, Move It tool does this just fine. Yeah, I control the nodes like I could do this with Move It tool. That's cool that it has a thing that you can punch in. That's really neat. It's good. Trust us. This is too gameplay changing for my taste. I don't want to do that. I don't want to play City so much that it's unrecognizable, guys. Yeah, I know. I saw people using it, but I'll pass. Thank you. Let's focus on one problem at a time, if we want to. But I mean, I'm all right. I'm good. It lets you put nicer lane lines in it and stuff. Yeah, I see it. Okay, Ploppable's already in. Sweet. I have Teslas in the game, Johnny. Yeah. Move It doesn't do what it does. I mean, it provides finer control over nodes and how the roads connect. That sounds a lot like Move It. And then you can paint the roads and stuff. That's cool. It's a cool tool, guys, but I'm good. I'm good. I like what I have now. It's working just fine. Once again, you're trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist. Okay, I'll go back to lurking. All right, man. You're trying to solve a problem that does not exist, friend. The white lines do look cool, though. I do agree. I mean, maybe I'll think about it, dude. It's like, I don't know. I think that adding all that stuff, like, that's not really good for advertising the game, because if I'm a newer player to Cities and I see all that extra stuff and I see all this extra stuff that I don't have, it's really hard to try and sell Cities as a game. It's a rule that I have about playing modded versions of games. I don't try to mod the game so much that it's unrecognizable. And that's really easy to do. You know? Especially with Cities. Kerbal as well. You can modify Kerbal so much that it's unrecognizable. People have no idea what you're doing. And that doesn't make for pretty decent streaming content. If people come in here, they see all this stuff that they don't recognize. And you know what they do? They leave. So I try to keep Cities looking vanilla, you know. And, you know, if that means I don't have fancy smanchy intersections, then so be it. They do look nice, though. Alright, so let's do R69 here. Dock. Where's that ploppable dock surface? Yep, it still doesn't do it. That's good. Yeah. Vulcan yesterday was a good day? Yeah, I bet. Yeah, Papa Bear, exactly. Mm-hmm. Plop. Ploppable. Ploppable. That's cool, Andrew. Yeah. I'm subscribed to all the new sets. Joe, it got scrubbed. 24-hour recycle. It's probably interfering with something here, dudes. Damn. That's a shame, man. Because of snow? The rocket? Because of snow? No. What? Wait, what? No. Oh, wait a minute.
No
Wait a
throttle.
minute. Poppable asphalt. Huh. Hey, Chosen One, Tier 2, 43 months. Thanks, man. Yeah, I don't understand what's going on there. Does that work? Yep. Does this work? Yep. Did the retaining walls work? Yep, there they are. Does the mod need to be enabled? I don't think so, Roblox, if it's already showing up, but I'll check. Any comments in the mod section? Well, the only comment, silly, is that sometimes the guy left a note that says basically sometimes it doesn't render. Sometimes it doesn't work because it's conflicting with another mod, and that means I'm basically screwed. Or I could enable it. Or I, could enable the thing. Probably works. Enabling it would help. I literally just did that, though, and it didn't pop up. What did I do different? I did that. Did I not just do that? I'm confused. I literally just searched ploppable a second ago and nothing showed up. Oh, I searched in the maps section. I didn't click on the mod section. Okay. Okay, that's my dumb pass for the day, alright? That's my dumb pass for the day, okay? Can't fix stupid Kappa? Well, you must be a lost cause then, drummer. You used the wrong formula, but you got the right answer. Wait, what? Alright. You're only giving yourself one dumb pass? I can only look so stupid, Triggetti, before people start leaving. From all the idiots plus Americans I have to provide tech support to is rubbing off on me. That proposes a little bit of a conundrum in your logic, though. You're saying you can't fix stupid. And if you can't fix stupid, but stupid rubs off onto you, that implies that stupidity is transferable. And if stupidity is transferable, it's not a one-way street now, is it? Exposed. You have anything to say for yourself? Stupid? Opposite, your way was funny, but I like the way I said it better. Now what? So your rebuttal for that one, mate? Well, we're waiting. Boom! I got nothing. Yeah, it must be all the stupid. I'm sorry. We took this a little too far, didn't we? We took this a little too far. All right, let's dial it back a little. Draco, let's dial it back a little bit. Dial it back. Let's take the dial and just dial it back a little bit. No, drummer's smart. And if you call him stupid, I'll find you. I'll find you. Plop. Okay. And ploppable asphalt. And boom! Oh! Oh, look. When you enable it, it works right. Oh my God! All right. Who knew? Yeah. All right, so we're in business here. Let's get what we need. We need pilings, right? Got to put our pilings in the water. What are we dealing with here? Can we make it go up? Oh, hell yeah, we can make it go up. All right, excellent. Excelente. So I got to make myself a dock here. Whoa! Oh, that's nice. I like that. I like that. They're very nice. So if I click on this and click on this, then click on Control H and move. Oh. Eee. That's nice. I think we're back in business. Here come the Velociraptors. Oh, this pack is super useful, man. Wicked. You might want to restart. Cities doesn't like reloading games. I think we're all right. Which approach system are you going to use? I will defer to your judgment on that one, man. So that's a corner piece. Corner pocket. And then we also have this. And we also use blanks. All right. I'm done with the TikTok crazies. Airborne, why in the name of God were you on TikTok in the first place? What are you, nuts? Just make each runway a different one. Okay. Alright. You watch funny videos. No, you don't watch funny videos. You watch stupid videos. This might be a lot of assets. Or Christian TikTok. That's a thing? Alright. So, let's do this. Ready? Alright. So... let me put one of my ploppable brushes down like that. That's just regular concrete, right? And then we can make the dock go off of that. That's the corner piece. Corner piece can go over there. I mean, this thing might actually go like all the way across the river. End. Oh, okay. I see. That's just... alright. Remember, don't dock block people, okay? Oh, cool. We can even put, like, little ladders in and stuff. Word. Alright. But yes, it's a thing. I don't judge, homie. Alright, so the first thing we gotta do is take all these sections here, and then we got a height match over here. We don't want those pieces. We don't want segment. We want T intersection. Yeah, that's what we want right there. But we do have some terrain that's giving us some problems here. So what I'll do is go in here and just lower it just a little bit. That's fine. Okay. Oh man, it would be nice if these things snap together, but I don't think that they do. But what we can do is we can make sub-assemblies out of it. So place that right there, right? And if we go in here and fine-tune these things, right? There. And then I get another one of these. We use Move It tool to copy that sucker. It's about as close as we're gonna get. There's a mod that lets you place props like fences. Yeah, network. The network tools, yeah. I don't think these are rotated correctly. Oh, that's a centerpiece. Okay, so that, yeah, it won't be uniform. All right, so we need to get rid of that, and we need to get rid of this. And then give me this piece, and we got to copy it, place it, and it only, in order for the sides to be continuous and look correct, look like they're all placed together. There. All right, cool. We got 3 segments together. Now we take the 3 segments and we just copy them. And we can place them, right, with the Move It tool. Now all we have to do is just line it up every once in a while. Just like that, right? And then we take that, copy that, move that over here. Then we grab the Move It tool again.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Defiant. Thank you. Cool. And then we could take... Take that. Got to make sure we're aligned with the runway. Here. You know what we can do? Go in here. Just get a regular road for now. Just literally make the road across like that, and we just compare the two. We're actually pretty dang close. That's not bad at all. All right, that's good enough. Cool. All right. So it looks like the runway looks to be about 3 wide of these. So what we can do is we take these, we can copy them, we rotate them 180 degrees, just put them over there for now. Now we take these center segments, right? And we do the same thing with the center segments. All right, so copy this. Nope. Those two are together. Now we take these two here. Right, we do the same thing. Right, now copy this. It's just the same thing. It's just working smarter, not harder. It's a good sleight of hand with the mouse, really helps though. Now I'm going to take this one more time, because I did it 3 the other way and 4 this time. Word. So now we take these, take all these bad boys, right? We line these up like that, right? And then we go over here, take the marquee select tool, move these things into position. Oh, looks like we got a little bit of a seam. Seems that way. There we go. Looks like I might not be completely centered on the runway center line. So let me just select all of it. That looks pretty dang close to me. Excellent. All right, now we get that ploppable. Got to get that ploppable. What's the dock surface look like? Oh, dock surface looks terrible. Let's see if we can find a concrete brush for that. Ploppable asphalt, ploppable pavement, ploppable gravel, ploppable grass. I don't know what the difference between pavement and asphalt is, but... Sun's going down. Hang on. Why? Why would you not make it cover the whole thing? Why? Why would you not make this cover the... Why would you do this? Why would someone do this to another person? Why? Just to annoy people. That's not okay. That... Warm. Why would someone do this to another person? This is evil! 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 Why wouldn't you make these the same you know what? You know what? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. I'm not annoyed. Oh, those ones are the... Take your meds, you old coot. Evil. Evil. What's the difference? I'm confused. So it looks like the 16 by 16 square is the right size, right? Like, oof. Oh, all right. This is riveting content, I know. This just revs your engine, doesn't it, chat? I hate that I have to do this way, but it's alright. So I'm working on the approach for one of my runways here. That's the thing. There we go. I'm gonna save that work. This launches your aircraft. The content is pretty solid, quite concrete. I see what you did there. It's okay. It's water under the bridge. Have I ever told you about the definition of insanity? Insanity is doing the same thing every day, hoping that stuff is going to change. That is crazy. All right, so now let's get our runway obstructions here out of the way, because the sun is about to come up. Doo-doo-doo-doo. All right, so the approach here. What is this? This cluster is intended to be used on the ALSF1, ALSF2, and MALSF configurations. It can be raised but not lowered less than its original position. Place them correctly to properly show the sequence. The sequence? I'm not sure what type of approach we should use here. Let's go back over here and take a look. What does this thing have? There's the localizer. There's your glide slope indicator, ILS critical area, runway hold again. Are you trying to cross the runways? No. The runway threshold begins on the other side of the runway, Kev. I am not trying to do this. No. This is mostly the blast pad and the approach. However, we could have the runway threshold end right here. But that would require me going and changing a bunch of things, and I really don't want to do that. What airport is that? That was LaGuardia? I just want to put the ding, 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 ding. These things. Yeah, the descent angle that they come in on is not ideal, huh? We'll probably want one that's in the ground, at least initially. So, approach landing system red, ALS 1. ALSF 1. Let's do 1. Let's go right down in the center. Right here. I know about the airport in Gibraltar. Yeah, that one. You know, let's just have a road cross it. Why not? Here's the runway end indicators. Oh, I already have them. Sweet. Have you seen Madeira? No. So we need our approach lights, which are... Here, hang on. I think the approach lights are a prop that's from this thing. There's this, but that's not exactly what I'm looking for. Your approach lights will be in the other runway. That's why I thought expending it past the GA runway would be better. I'd have to screw around with a lot of things to do that. If we want to move the threshold over here. All the hash marks would have to move. But yeah, I see what you're saying. Because yeah, I mean, there is an example of this, of a runway like this, so... My buddy was telling me about it. Let's go. There is an example. Let's see what they did. It's over here at Richmond's airport. They have pretty much the exact thing that we're making. It's right here. I mean, they have double thresholds like this, right? But, I mean, the threshold for this is over here, so. There doesn't seem to be any approach lights for 20, but see, 16 is basically what we're doing. We're making the exact same thing, but my threshold doesn't start exactly right there, which is interesting. Like, that's something that we're gonna have to change. I asked a commercial pilot buddy of mine if the threshold being that close to the runway is normal, and he said, yeah, that's really nothing. It's not that big of a deal. 16 and 34 on the other runway, just on a side note. I'm gonna write that down. Because it's literally the same. Compass headings don't change. Well, that's not entirely true. I'm talking about relative direction, but yeah. Yeah, that's fine. You know what? Just give me the short approach system. This thing. Just give me the first batch of these things and we'll go. These ones are low off the ground. Let me just make sure they're placed right. Do we have any word, pilots, do we know how far these lights are apart from each other? I would have to measure before we go and place anything. You're a compass heading. Ow! Just place the squares together? Really? Oh.
Discovery, go at throttle.
James, what's up? Tier 2, 58 months, man. 6 years almost. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. You're worth it? Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Thank you. The lights are supposed to be right at the edge of the runway in an MALSR config. And, okay, so this is Memphis. So, 9 to 27. (18 center), okay. Oh, it definitely goes across a taxiway and a runway and another taxiway. Oh, alright. That's pretty fair. Looks like there was a runway right there at one point. They got rid of that. So it's a MALSR. Malzer. What is medium approach? Okay, what are these? What's ALSF 1, 2? What do these mean? Medium intensity approach landing system. Approach light system flashing. I believe they're letters in the alphabet, but that's not important right now. Yeah, I wonder what's the difference. Well, medium intensity approach system as opposed to an approach light system flashing. Natch, what would be like Why? Why? What would be the differences here? Like, why would you use this one over another one? That's a medium approach landing system flashing and Odell's. I don't know even what that means. Omnidirectional approach landing system? Yeah, oh, omnidirectional approach landing system. Okay. Certification for ILS category. So, the runway 16 and runway 20 here have the ILS on them. So we're going to need, we need an approach system. We're going to need ALSF, right? Or can I go with MALSR? MALSR would be better because it has spaces in it. Nice, Phone Sister. That's cool. Yeah, okay. Technically, an ALSF1 system is essentially the same as ALSF2 system, but lacks the additional decision bar and red lights after the 1,000-foot decision bar. ALSF1 systems will typically be located at runways with only Category 1 approach capabilities. So, for our ILS runways, Pete, we need this, right? We're going to need this. Okay. Okay. Alright, we'll make an ALSF1. We're gonna have to have some of it embedded in the runway, though. Which is fine. Never, Bone Sister. Alright, so we're gonna need a grouping of red lights. Group of five. Those were probably the runway end indicator lights.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
No, that's ALSF2. SLS rollout pushed to around March 8th. Oof. Okay. Okay. Alright, I think I got this. Okay, so we're gonna need our threshold end indicator lights. These lights gonna turn on, or? Nope. They didn't really turn on. These ones do. Man, okay. Page 9. Let's try this. Okay. For the distances. Okay. Cool.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Go to throttle up. What's up, Gabe? Are you ready for the... We both lost to the Jets Super Bowl? Oh. Yeah, no, yeah, I'm ready. Oh, we're not connected. All right, hold on. Hold on a second, dudes. Now that should light up. You're connected. Yes! Excellent. Oh, and the other lights work too. Sweet. Cool. Alright, so we're going for ALSF1. So we need 5 and 5. Okay, let's go into the Move It tool. It doesn't like me placing over these concrete blocks. All right, hang on. I won't use these brushes here. Give me... Actually... We'll just place those last. Hold on. So... If we put the brushes in last, it'll work just fine. Corner pocket. Okay, so now in the center there, we're gonna need another group of 5, 2 groups of 3. And now we can go over here, ground red. Okay. No grid snapping. Not with Move It. Maybe that network extension tools that Danny was talking about will do it. Okay, so now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 groups of white lights. Ground cluster white. Maybe if I make those 7 groups go past here to the localizer across the runway, it'll work. Or we could just put them here and then have the category 1 and 2. We could put that right before the runway, and then we could put the beepity beeps right after the runway. These ones with those single lights on them, or they have the flashing indicators. So those, yeah, that could work. I don't know if that's, but see, I'm not 100% if like that's what you should do. Like, you know what? Yeah, let's just do it. Copy this sucker. Hi, plane. I'm gonna need a ruler. These don't look right. They're not placed. They're not placed correctly. See, they're all crooked. What I can do is this. Can you attach the camera to the plane like you did for the cars to see the pilot's view of an approach? Of course I can. Alright, so what we do is I make a little group selector right here, and then we just duplicate it. Now, all I need to do is line up the hold short decal that I'm using for a ruler straight every time. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. So now what we do, I get rid of the hold short indicator. And now everything should be perfectly spaced. That's very strange that that does that. That one doesn't like to show up. But, hey, it is what it is. Alright, so now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then the 8th one. I should have done one more. That's okay. Away. Let's go in here for a second. Approach. Approach lights. Go in here like this. There we go. What are those dots? They're lights. Fahas for landing. The landing lights to indicate where you are on the runway at night. Wicked. Alright, so now over here, so two things I'm going to do. Take the brush. Maybe we shouldn't do that. But those ones don't get rid of terrain, so... Where's the smaller one? Do we have a smaller brush? No, 8x8, 8x8. That guy. Copy this guy. Is this guy the right size? Yeah, more or less. It's kind of the same thing going on with the other brushes. Those planes, though. Awfully close. Hey, not bad. That came out all right. And then we'll put our Blinky boys over here. We'll put them on the other side of the localizer. Sweet. What type are you doing? ALFS1, excuse me. So I'm going to use the hold short thing again. I'm gonna have to... I mean, I'm basically using the thing as a ruler. So let me go into my measure tool. And we'll see how far these are apart. 82. Let's extend this out and see if we can get to 100. 92. Well, no. Probably don't want them that far apart, huh? Because then there's 16 of them. They'll go all the way over there. But then again, that is kind of the point, isn't it? Yeah, towards the runway, not away from it. Yeah, I got you. Alright, let's see if we can get it to 50. What's that to that? 54. That's 52. Move it in just a little bit more. 50. Alright, that's good. No, this is number 50. So I think it goes in ascending order, Natch. From what I just saw, I had 1, 2, and 3, and the dots were going away from the runway. So we need to put 1 out here, then 2, 3, 4, etc., etc., etc. So I'll use this as the ruler. And number 1, I'm going to copy it, and then we are going to move it out here. It's going into the water. Ow, that hurt. Okay, so maybe that one that we just made was not the best way to do that. Maybe that one was not the best way to do this. So let's not use that one. We'll use the other approach indicators, the ones that kind of. Oh, they all do that. No, 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 no. Please. Okay, alright, that one doesn't. Alright. Okay. Yeah, that would have sucked. Alright. Okay, so there's one. Click on. Come on. Dude. Okay. You know what would be the right way to do this? Build this on land first and then just move it into position so we don't fiddle around with all these props that I put down. That's the right way. This is the way. Okay. Alright, so that's a 50-foot marker. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take that 50-foot marker. I'm going to put it down here with my 100-foot marker. That ILS threshold line right there, or the ILS critical area, that's 100 feet. That one's 50. No, we're not done. This is number 50. Build the opposite runway 2 first. It's alright. Okay. Actually, we don't even need to do that. I can just do this. Actually, it'd probably be better to keep the copy for... I'll tell you why in a second. Okay, so now we need number 3. Now we need 4. Now 5. I just wanted to say that I really like the way you play the games like this. It's really fun to watch, and I learned something. Thank you. Hey, no problem. I'm glad that's the point, dudes. That's why I do what I do. Yeah, that's... I'm glad you like it, man. Really. It makes me happy. Oh, we were only using the 8. Oh, no. I wonder how many issues the city was having while using this. Nothing. Just traffic. And trash problems because of said traffic. Not that bad. They have flashing lights on them, Wally. So if you want the lights to flash in sequence, you gotta place it one at a time. My garbage trucks are getting stuck in traffic right there. That's the only real problem. So this one is for 8 lights. This one is for 16. And that's a single blinky boy. Okay. That didn't take me that long to figure out once I got into a workflow. So we'll do the 16 indicator and then we'll go. So we need ALS SFL 16-1. Yeah, okay. Cool. See, once you get into a workflow, it doesn't take very long. It's just measuring everything and getting it right. If you have some decent sleight of hand with the mouse, then all this should be nice and evenly spaced. It'll look real good. And our runways will look amazing. Learning all kinds of things. How do we come up with measuring? I use my measuring tool to lay a strip of decal that's 50 feet long and kind of go from there.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I'm using these decals, the line knit decals, as my measuring tape. It's just like, this is like carpentry. I'm borrowing stuff from woodworking here, fellas. Perfectly spaced and perfectly straight. One ruler and one light. Copy that and paste. Yeah, you said that already, but I told you that the lights are flashing in sequence. So you can't do that, or else you'll just have all the lights do this all the time. They need to go doot 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 doot. So now, what I'm gonna do that's pretty dang straight. It's not exact. Now what we do is take this. Let's go down in here. And place them. Good. I'm gonna keep that there just in case. I'm gonna copy that. We'll use it in other places. Yeah, now we gotta wait for nighttime. So we'll do some other things while we're waiting. I could mark up this runway, make this runway look nice. So give me my threshold indicator and then my runway bar. And then give me the hash marks. Just gotta get a little bit of sleight of hand here. This is gonna be a little bit difficult, but I think we can do it. There. I have to mess with the threshold bars a little bit. I think I was just a little bit off. That's okay, though. Because if I select the hash marks, dudes, it'll give me a center point indicator. All we got to do is just line that up with the center line. Just some small adjustments. Should be fine. Yeah, see, we were a little crooked. That's okay. We already got the lengths right. Awesome. And now I take 16. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure the 1 and the 6 are spaced correctly, right? Then you take them, you copy them, and then you put them basically, let me just make sure, yep, you put them right on the center line, right after the threshold indicator. So right there will do it. All right. That might be a little far away from the threshold. Maybe I should move it back. You missed one of the single marks. This runway isn't as long. 2 single marks would overlap, guys. It's not that I missed the single marks. I purposely didn't copy the last bit of single marks. Because that runway's 8,000 feet. This one's only 5,000. Yeah, good call though. You're right, I did. Good eye, thank you. I honestly, see, like, that's the kind of backseating I really don't mind, because that helps me. That shows that you guys are looking over my shoulder and making sure I don't make any mistakes, and I actually appreciate that. It's easier. You know, because sometimes I miss something. That happens. Yeah, the sports are going through a little bit. Oh, the power draw. Interesting. Interesting. All right. Whole airport is wind powered, ironically. The reason why the bulbs are flashing out is because they're not powered. Cool. Awesome. Is that something wrong with the renderer? Yeah. Last if you can. What's up, Natch? There's a bunch of set of regulations about the markings in runways. Are you interested? I think we got it for now, dude. I think I got it. Oh, look, the localizer lights are on. This is kind of like a displace ALFS1 approach. But this is the type of approach that we need. We need this approach for the runway. I'm gonna have to put another one down here eventually. That looks pretty right. caps lock. Runway center line. Okay. Not bad, huh? How do cities avoid garbage truck getting stuck in traffic anyway? You have to do that. That's up to you, man. You got to fix that. All right, so let's do this again. Yeah, see? We would have had overlapping lights. All right. Because these are copied and already moved into the right spots, I think we're okay. So now I just need the 34. Let's take the 3 and the 4. Put them together, make sure that their boxes are lined up. Copy these suckers. Now just put them on the center line. Boom. Well, north is that way. So 3-4 makes sense. See the arrow? The arrow is north. Arrow es norte. Sick. That's really cool. Yeah, the number is the compass heading, guys. It's compass headings in units of 10 though. So you have 1 all the way to 36. 0 and 36 technically would be the same thing. So 36 is due north. Okay? 9 is east. Well, east for you guys, it's backwards for the camera. So that's 36, that's 9, that's 18, that's 27. And anything in between works in units of 10. Which way was north? North is that way. So 20 degrees off of north is heading 340 on a compass, 340 degrees. So that's 360, 20 degrees off, 340. Hence runway 34. See? Technically, this would be a parallel runway right here, but that's one of the default this is a default cities runway. You know what? Now that I'm looking at the approach for the default cities runway, it's actually not bad. Their hash marks aren't correct though. The runway thresholds are right, but these hashes aren't 500 feet apart. Oh, they're props and wait, can move it? Oh, default runway does work. Cool. Are you sure it's 20 degrees? Well, fellas. Shattermage told me the other day to look at Richmond. Look at Richmond's airport. Well, let's take a look at Richmond's airport. We already have runway 20 and runway 2. Right? I'd have to say that that is basically exactly what our airport does for the most part. The angles are pretty much exactly the same. I mean, your in-game is the degrees correct. Yeah, I know. I'm explaining that to you right now. I know that if you ask me if my degrees are correct, you're not talking about Richmond. Yes. I'll just, you know what? You just get a yes. Yes, the degrees are right. That's all you get. You get yes now. Okay? Yes. Yeah, that's the Atlas missile silo. 380,000, huh, Mena? I saw it. It needs some work. Yeah, I measured it with the sunrise, dude. I used the shadow of the tower when the sun was going down to find due north, because the sun sets in the west, right? It worked. Worked pretty well, actually. Cool. We still have to do the approacher the other way. Here, fellas, let me draw up a simple diagram to show you what I mean. Here, so you can tell that the compass is going in this direction, right? And then, like if I do something like this, and then we do something like that, then we do something like this. We need to reverse directions to show that it's right, you know. So then we do like a long wave to measure the solar angle, right? We do a long way to measure the solar angle, and then, you know, we need that to loop back around like this, right? Turn off road guidelines, make sure, and then angle. We gotta make sure we get this right. And then what you can do, right? You know, we can use this as a parallel, as a control, you know, to make sure that it's right. Here. Yeah. All right. Come on now. And then, you know, you need like a taxiway doing this, right? You gotta make sure. We don't want a grid snap, and we don't want a segment snap. There. Yeah, there. See that? Yeah, there's how you can tell your compass heading right there. Do you guys see it? Do you guys see how I can measure it, especially by this part right here? Yeah, that's how I'm measuring compass heading. Simple diagram. You know, I use shadows. You know, and I get it that shadows change with the seasons, but, you know, my diagram is pretty clear. New stream thumbnail? God, I hope not. That would suck.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Parashurama, welcome to Mission Control. You go at throttle up. Oh my goodness. Guys, the measuring tool also doesn't lie. See, if I go from here to there, it's due north, right? And then if I go from there to there, it's due south. If you go from there to there, west. If we go from there to there, east. See? You go from there to there, northeast. From there to there, northwest. See? Measuring tool, baby. But we did use the sun, and we did get it right from the sun, but I double checked with the measuring tool. What about from here to there? Refer to my diagram. Why is that thing sticking into the river? It's for the approach. Behangs. I put some of it sticking out so we could have the approach indicators. You know, the lights that go. It looks awesome at night, dude. It looks really cool. And then we added the runway markers and lights for the other runways over here. I think I want to put some general aviation stuff over here if we can find the right pieces. Would the lights just not be on poles or stilts? This could work as the blast pad too. Or we could always move the runway. We could change the runway route and put a displaced, well, not a displaced threshold. We could make the threshold cross. What is IFS? Independent front suspension, bone sister. You're talking about the relationship, like, in terms of automobiles, yeah. Independent front. I hate that that does that. Whatever, it's good enough. Cool, huh? That airport's big, man. Well, you have a nice 8,000 foot and a 5,000 foot runway. Very good. It looks nice. We did a lot of work today. I'm really happy with this. And it's 5 o'clock, so, yep. I think we'll do some space news now. You guys ready for some space news? To that, I'm going to want some cocktail fruit. Space news. Sweet. Man, that's a nice airport, dude. That looks good. I'm really happy with how this came out. Seriously. Between moving the train line, expanding the river and stuff, that looks really good. Should probably put like a retaining wall in here or something. Make it look right. 10 out of 10. Put this, you'd like this meat? Want to put this meat in your mouth? 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Okay? 10 out of 10. Oh, that's so legit. We got to do the other approach indicators. Yeah, I wish you could see them flashing from far away, but yep, there you go. There's your ALFS1 approach for a Category 1 runway with ILS indicators on it. Now that's a runway. And that guy is promptly ignoring it. That guy's... Alright. Gonna have to do the same thing down here. It's cool, man. It does look like a real airport. That's why I like it. That's why, with all the little dress-up things that you can do, man, does it look good. My mistake, your airport needs a VOR station. Does it? How long can a runway be? Space shuttle runways are double that runway length. 15,000 feet. VOR. We got radar up here. Then we have the control tower. Right there. Do you think they do that because they're trying to bend around the hill? No, it's the airplane pathing. There's an airplane path that goes right here across the runway. What's an airplane path? It's the route that the planes take across the map. See it right there? So they basically divert off the path and then come in over here. I was trying to see if we can make, like, via connecting paths right here, if we can make them connect, but it doesn't seem like it wants to do that. The airplanes just seem to want to connect right back to the main path, which is kind of annoying, but that's okay. It takes some finessing to get to, but we'll get it. But yeah, there's Hando Banani International. Dude, it's a Pit Viper car. That's cool. But Blackness, I purposely made it so my approaches don't go through any crazy obstructions. There's a hill right here, but this is perfect for an approach. Same with this runway. I made it so the approach is clear. And then the approach from this side is a little bit hairy on this runway, but you could do it. It basically goes up the valley. And then the approach from over here, nice and clean. Nice and clean. Frank and Beans. But yeah, I lined up the runways with the valleys. Which is, I mean, airports usually use a good approach in windage to figure out where they should be building the runways. You generally want to land and take off in a headwind. But you know, sometimes the winds change. So it's good to have runways that are pointed in different directions. What would the airport code be? KHND? I don't know. Just because the airport's name is that doesn't mean that...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Doesn't mean that needs to be the ICAO code, right? Hey, Everest, 15 months. KHBI. I think KHBI is taken. We'd have to find something that's not taken. Hando Banani International Airport. Linkler, do you think I would do this incorrectly? IKEA, we ain't in Sweden. Really cool thing, if the wind is blowing into your nose on the ground, you start at a positive airspeed. That's why you take off with a headwind. I'm going to need to put the lighting and stuff on the other side. But now that we have it placed, we can just light it. It's really not a big deal. Light it up. But the cool thing about it, though, is that's what I noticed, that, you know, these are all selectable. So I could take the default runway and we could make a GA parallel runway right here. General aviation parallel for like smaller planes, and then put all that stuff over here. KHBX. That's what we'll call it. KHBX. I gotta work on the ground ramps over here. I got a couple of Q400s waiting for some ground trucks. And then I put all the different ground trucks down and ladders and ramps and stuff. Like this CRJ. That's pretty cool. CRJ 900. You know what? We'll get rid of the Q400. We'll put a CRJ next to it. CRJ is a cool plane. The runway lights. You like that? This is an AFLS 1 approach for a class 1 or 2 approach with instrument landing system. Got to be careful though. Cross the threshold. Sky King. Oh God. No. And then we can go into the prop thing and I can be like, oh, 737. And then we got to snap it off that. There we go. And then we can get 737 doors extended.
Discovery,
right?
go at throttle.
Copy this. Wouldn't there be ILS lines on 3416 runway? Yeah, it's not finished yet. Oh, this airport props parts pack is amazing. Hey, Synerd, what's going on? See all the parts? Isn't that cool? We even have the de-icer trucks. LSG Sky Chefs, bro. You like the Dash 8? Dash 8's a cool plane. Everybody likes the Dash 8. Oh, I was wondering, what happened with the 737 MAX? They fixed them? Yeah, they're fine. They work. Yeah, they're flying again. And we have a Caravan for general aviation. I put that down because we found it. And then a JLG lift, just because. See, I even have the tow bar. Check this out. You want to see how detailed this model actually gets? Look at the tug in the tow bar. That's pretty cool. They even have the pin and the Heim joint, or just the loop. I don't think it's a Heim joint, actually. Isn't that cool? Frickin' tow bar. That's how they tow airplanes around. It's just a strut with wheels on it. The only way it can hook up to the gear of the plane is if the tug has it. You can't, it's really difficult to install the tow bar if it's not being tugged. That's a pretty cool picture. How much does the tug weigh? Yeah, tugs weigh a lot in real life, dudes. You can see the radar from down here. Do tugs have ballast? They're usually intentionally made heavy, Ponzister. They have a bunch of weights on their back. I mean, you gotta be able to move the plane. Zizef, would it be wrong to cheer on the Bengals? I have to root for the Rams. Sorry. I have to root for the Rams because, well, that's Bremo. Bremo made me do it. I like Burrow, too. It's annoying. But Bremo likes Matt Stafford, so I'm fricked either way. Cool. I like Burrow, though. Alright. Cool. We'll start up for Space News. Yeah, I like Burrow. Burrow's cool. Really good quarterback. Do you have these? These are super cool. We don't have those types of tugs, I don't think, but yeah. Did you ever get aluminum going in Satisfactory? Whoa, I forgot all about Satisfactory. The city's expansion kind of did that in. Yeah, the playoff games, Zizep, have been very good this year. Pretty much, week 1 sucked. That's when my team went out. But, well, that's when the Pats went out, but they choked. They deserved to lose. Like, they choked bad. It was pretty pathetic. It's a shame. I was really rooting for Buffalo after they beat us, for what it's worth. And I think Buffalo, for what it's worth, I think Buffalo would have beaten the Bengals, but we'll never know. You know, we'll never know. Maybe in the future. Bro, look at this guy, all right? You want to know why I like Burrow? Want to know why I like Burrow? That's why I like Burrow. Straight up, that's how the dude shows up for football games.